Sir, we are on live now. You can start.
So very good afternoon, all of you. I welcome to all on 6th day of 7 days online faculty development program on current trends in forensic science education and career goals. There is an interdisciplinary approach for the employability and entrepreneurship. So first of all, I'm going to tell about today's program. Today, there are six plenary session. First by Dr. Rakesh Yadavji, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmacy, National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, India. His plenary session on FTIR spectroscopy application in forensic examination. Second session by Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, Associate Professor, Computer Science and Engineering, Amity University, Dubai. His topic on cyber forensic and cyber security. Third session by Professor Dr. Hassan Mohammad Nevisi, Professor, Global Humanistic University, Iran. His plenary session on the role of media in crime prevention. Then another three session by Dr. Ena Barbaro, Professor Sunita Bhagat, and Dr. Satna. So now I'm going to start first session and I wish to invite Dr. Rakesh Yadavji for his plenary session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for inviting me on this particular FDP, which is ongoing from, I think, last week. So it's a privilege to present my talk at Amity University because I'm an alumni of Amity University also because I have served Amity University Manesar for 1 year. So it's a privilege and a pride for me also. So just let me share my screen. I hope it is visible, sir.
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. So, being from a pharmacy background, coming to the Forensic Science University in the School of Pharmacy, and firstly, I was posted at Tripura campus and now presently at Goa campus. Our headquarters is at Gandhinagar. So, I have seen that a lot of things can be incorporated along with the pharmacy because there is a lot of things which has to be investigated while conviction of the cases which is pending a lot. So working in the forensic chemistry or the toxicology department, the pharmacology, whatever the samples they exhibit samples which are received by the forensic laboratories or our university also for the testing purpose. So what we have to do for those samples, for example, narcotic samples. So there are many NDPS substances, narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances which are used in the pharmaceuticals also for the management of certain disease. But as you all know that if the concentration of those substances is used or that particular drug is abused, that comes under the law. So whenever the sample is received, so we have to examine by different chemical tests, and then again we have to go for the spectroscopic technique. So I have chosen this topic because most of the faculty, I think this is just a faculty development program. Most of the students or PhD scholars in the faculty is also is has I think has enrolled for this particular program. So main critical part is the interpretation part of that spectra, which is lacking in the student. Basic theory, principle, and instrumentation the student can understand or the faculty can understand. But if you are not exposed to those spectra or how you can interpret certain spectra, then it is very crucial. So I will go just through a basic FTIR spectroscopy technique, and then we will have some side by side some spectral interpretation of some drugs and then some illicit drugs, we will have certain examples. So, as you all know that your FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, which is in the range of 4,000 to 400 centimeter inverse. So while receiving any sample or any substance, you just see that it's like a gift sample. So you can imagine what can be in it. By using this particular technique, we can analyze the sample by a non-invasive technique, that your sample can be intact and you can just pass the infrared radiation and you can have what is in this particular box. So what we can say that your spectroscopy is something what is we can say that seeing the unseeable, using electromagnetic radiations as a probe to obtain information about atoms and molecules that are too small to see. Electromagnetic radiation is propagated at the speed of light through a vacuum as an oscillating wave. So I think you all know what is spectroscopy. So this is just, slide is not moving. Yes. So this is an overview of electromagnetic spectrum where the infrared rays falls. You know that 4,000 to 4,000 centimeter inverse. That is the wave number where we are looking for the functional group, because we are detecting in IR spectrophotometer the functional, what are the functional groups which are present in that particular molecules. So this is a typical IR spectrum where y-axis as absorbance and x-axis as your wave numbers. So as you all aware that the requirement for a compound to be, or a functional group to be IR active, there must be some strong strong dipole moments. The presence of the dipole moment should be there. Then only the compounds will be IR actives. So bonds which do not absorb any infrared include the symmetrical substituted alkenes or alkynes, many types of CC bonds, symmetric diatomic molecules. So this is the first requirement for any functionality. If they are symmetrical, or if there is no dipole moment between the bonds, that compound or that functional group will not be IR active. To be IR active, the dipole moment should be there between the bonds. Then only you can detect that functional group in that sample. So the strongest absorber is the carbonyl group, as we all know that it is in the middle of the IR spectrum, around 1600 to 1800 centimeter inverse. It floats. It's have a delta positive and delta negative charge, and it is a strong absorber in the mid of IR spectrum. So what is vibration? Any change in the shape of the molecule, stretching of bonds, bending of bonds, or internal rotations around the single bonds, that we call a vibration. Whenever the infrared light falls on the sample or the substance, it will change the shape of the molecule. Either it will stretch, either it will bend, or there will be an internal rotation. As we know, there are two types of vibration, that is a stretching vibration, and one is bending vibration. So if there is some stretch in those bonds, or there is some bending, and bending, it can rotate around the bonds. So that is known as vibration. So can a vibration change the dipole moment of a molecule? So asymmetrical stretching or bending and internal rotation change the dipole moment of a molecule. Asymmetrical stretching, bending are IR active, whereas the symmetrical stretching, bending does not, and they are not IR active. So what wavelength of electromagnetic radiation is required? So as we have discussed that there should be a sufficient amount of radiation which is have a wavelength of 2,500 to 15,000 nanometer, or 2.5 to 15 micrometer, or we can say 4,000 centimeter inverse to 400 centimeter inverse. That energy is required for making the vibration in the molecules. For example, a vibration of 4,111 centimeter inverse, the stretch in H2, how many vibrations occurs in a second? We can say that 120 into 10 raised to power 12 vibration per second, or a vibration every 8 into 10 raised to power minus 15 seconds. So we can say that 120 trillion vibration per second. So these are the vibration whenever the energy is absorbed by certain molecules, certain functional groups. So a molecule vibrate, and that absorbance of that infrared radiation is recorded in the form of IR spectra. So as we have discussed that vibrations are of two types. One is the stretching vibration, another is the bending vibrations. So either the bonds will be stretched or they will be bended whenever there is infrared radiations. So there is a Hooke's law which tells us what will be the exact wave number. We can calculate the theoretical values of that particular wave numbers. So that is wave number is equal to 2 pi c k upon mu. So that represents the Hooke's law. That is k is your force constant and mu is your reduced mass of the atoms. So this is the equation 1 by 2 pi c k upon mu, where k is your force constant, mu is your reduced mass, where mu is equal to m1 into m2, m1 plus m2, the mass of two atoms between which we are looking for that particular wave number. So you can calculate simply the frequency. If you have the force constant and you know the reduced mass, you can calculate what will be the wave number for that particular functionality. For example, C triple bond C having
Rakesh sir is joining soon. There are some electricity issue.
Failure. Sir?
Yes, sir. Please reshare your PPT.
Okay. There was issue like light drops.
No issue. No issue. You can take time, sir. No issue.
Yeah. I think screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we were talking about the Hooke's law, which tells us how we can calculate theoretically the wave number of certain bonds which are active in infrared radiations. So this is the equation: nu bar is equal to 1 by 2 pi c k upon mu. K is your force constant, mu is your reduced mass. So if your K is high or large, then you can see that is directly proportional to the frequency. So the frequency will be high. And if your reduced mass is low, then your frequency will be lower. I think connection is not stable. I think again, any issues coming?
No, sir. No issue.
Yeah.
Visible. Slides are
Visible?
visible, sir. Yeah.
Laptop, I'm not seeing that presentation.
You can reshare, sir.
Wait a minute, sir. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay, sir. Okay,
Please,
sir.
please share your PPT.
Mhm. So this is the technology failure, what we can do in between. Sorry for the inconvenience. So we were discussing about the force constant. That force constant is directly proportional to the wave number, and your reduced mass is inversely proportional. So as force constant bromide, you can see. So that's why you can see हेलो आवाज आ रहा है सर नहीं अभी तो ठीक है सर
जी सर, आवाज आ रही है, आवाज आ रही है
हाँ
सर। थैंक यू सर,
अभी आ
कंटिन्यू।
रहा है तो आवाज प्रेजेंटेशन दिख रहा है ना सर
यस सर, यस सर।
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Huh?
So how the presentation will come, sir? Presentation is not in the phone actually. So I can use camera on.
You can continue, or you can share your PPT. So some of organizing committee person can share from
Mm-hmm.
our side.
That PPT is actually in the laptop. I haven't WhatsApp. Wait a minute. It will take again time. हेलो
जी। हाँ राकेश जी, यू आर ऑडिबल ना?
ओके सर ओके वेट
जी
अ
सर।
मिनट sorry for the interruption. So the last slide, what we are discussing that how the wave number is related to the reduced mass and the force constant you have seen. So this is just a diagram to show that lighter molecules vibrate more and the heavier vibrate slowly. So this is how the mass influence the vibration. So greater the mass, the lower the wave number. As we have seen in the previous slide, moving from hydrogen to bromine has a high molecular weight, so it requires lower wave number to vibrate. So the how much movement occurs in the vibration of a CC bond, just we can see that only the 10 ppm difference while stretching vibrations, and similarly in the bending vibrations also, only the movement of 10 picometer is there. So whenever the infrared radiation is falling on the compound or the functionalities which are attached in the compound or the bonds, so the change in the bond length is 10 picometers only. So this is how the wave number is directly proportional to the bond energy. So this is a typical IR absorption region which is to be considered while going for the interpretation. We should know where such functionalities are present. So we have to look in the IR spectrum, that thing like OH, CH, NH. If these functional groups are present in your compound, you have to look in this particular area. If there is a cyno, like in the poison cases, you have the cyno groups. So C triple bond C. So this is a general region 2500 to 2000. Very few bands are available in 1800 to 2000, but carbonyl, this is again the strongest portion, 1650 to 1800. Carbonyl can be either ester, acid, amide in a different form. And this is C double bond N, C double bond C. And these are the halide region on the IR region. So just we will look the IR spectra of certain compounds like hydrocarbon CH absorptions, acid OH absorption, amine NH absorptions. So we will have the examples of certain compounds which are the spectra of the certain substances. So as we are aware that if there is OH functionality, it will appear at 3600, NH 3400, NH 3000. C triple bond N, that will appear around 2250. C triple bond C, it will appear 2150 centimeter inverse. If carbon functionality is there, 1715. C double bond C, 1650, and carbon oxygen around 1100 centimeter inverse. So these are the generally the base value of these functionality. We have to look for those. So for CH stretch, if CH stretch is your aliphatic, for example, it is SP hybridized, it will be more than 3000, that is 3300 centimeter inverse. If it is SP2 hybridized, then it will be more than 3000 centimeter inverse. If it is SP3, that it will appear at less than 3000. And for aldehyde functionality, we have two peaks around 2850 and 2750 centimeter inverse. So this is that, this slide is showing that stronger bonds have large force constant and absorb at higher frequencies. So for SP, as we have discussed in the previous slide, that it will appear around 3300 centimeter. For aromatic, it will appear more than 3000, and for aliphatic compounds, it will appear below 3000. So we have a clear cut idea by seeing the spectra whether the compound is aliphatic or aromatic. So as the S character in the bond is increased, your bond strength is increased and the force constant is increased. So if the K is increased, your wave number will also increase. So as we have discussed, there are two types of stretching, that is a symmetric and bending. In symmetric, there is a further two types, symmetric stretch and asymmetric stretch. So in symmetric stretch, there will be in symmetry stretching of the bonds, and in asymmetric, there will be out of phase. So it will have the higher wave number in comparison to the symmetric stretch. So this is just example of hexane. You can look that that molecule is simple aliphatic. It has CH3, CH2, CH2, and CH3 bonds. So you can see that it is below 3000, which clearly indicate the compound is aliphatic. In hexene case, you can see there is a stretch of double bond CH, which is showing above 3000 that there is a double bond functionality present, and you can have a peak of C double bond C in hexene. Hexine, there is C triple bond C peak 2128. There is a triple bond CH stretch, then aliphatic CH stretch. So you can clearly see in these three spectra that how hexine, hexene, and hexane are represented in the IR spectra. So whether we have aliphatic and we have double bond, we have triple bond, we can clearly see in that particular spectra, and we can have the idea what type of compound or functionalities are present in that compound. So this is the spectrum of toluene. You can see that this is your aromatic compound. If aromatic compound is present, that the peak will appear more than 3000 centimeter inverse. So coming to OH stretch, you can clearly see in the spectrum, it is a broad peak due to the hydrogen bonding formation. So it appears around 3300. If the sample is very it doesn't contains any other substances which can make hydrogen bond, if it is a free alcohol, the peak will be very sharp and it will appear around 3600 centimeter. But as we all know that to preserve the sample from the moisture, it's very difficult, whether from the environment or other things. So if the moisture is entrapped in the compound, then the peak for OH will be broadened, and it will be having a shift also, and it will appear around 3300 centimeter inverse due to hydrogen bonding. So you can see the spectrum that this is a hydrogen bonded OH, this is CH, this is free OH, which is a sharp peak. This is again free OH, which is showing very sharp peak. So it is a pure liquid which have hydrogen bonding, dilute solution which have hydrogen bonding. That broad peak is also there, and a sharp peak is also there. So you can see that how hydrogen bonding occurs in that solution. That ROH, they form the different bonding with the neighbor hydrogen bonds. So the longer bonds are weaker and leads to the lower frequency. So if hydroxyl are free in an organic solvent like CCl4, there is no formation of hydrogen bonding, and it will show the sharp peak. Again, it is hanging. Okay, so this is the example of cyclohexanol. You can clearly see that OH is present in cyclohexanol. So this is the broad peak which is appearing in the IR spectrum. Butanoic acid, because it is carboxylic acid COOH, due to this there is overlap of OH bond and the CH bond. So carboxylic acid also form the dimer due to the formation of the strong presence of the hydroxyl or H functionality. It forms hydrogen bonding with the neighboring acidic carboxylic acid and weaken the force constant and lowering the wave number. It is speed is again. So moving to NH stretch. So as we know, there are primary amine, secondary amine, tertiary amine. Where it is gone. I think something again happened with the screen. Is the screen visible, sir?
Sir, screen is visible. Please
Yes,
share
sir.
your PPT again.
Oh, again it is ending. So our compounds also have amine functionality group, and three types of amine are there: primary, secondary, and tertiary. So in NH stretch, if there is a primary amine, we will get two peaks because there are two hydrogen atoms present. They will be symmetric or asymmetric stretch. So we will get two peak. In secondary amines, we will get only one peak because there is only one hydrogen atom present. Either it will have a symmetric stretch or asymmetric stretch. Tertiary amines, because there is no hydrogen present more, so we will don't have any peak. So we can differentiate on the basis of this stretching peaks, that whether our compound is primary, secondary, or tertiary. Because here you will get the two peaks clear cut. If it is a primary amine, like in the example of butadienamine, you are seeing the two peaks. In the case of another example, you have again the two peaks of the primary amine. N-ethyl benzamine, again you have the secondary amine and only one peak is there, and there is no NH peak because this is a tertiary amine in the case of NN-dimethyl aniline. So I am again moving directly to the illicit drug compounds because time is shooting about due to technical issue. So taking example of C triple bond N, that is 2250, C triple bond C 2150. So in case of C triple bond N, we have large dipole moment. The peak will have more wave number due to the more the presence of the strongest strong bond. It will have a short peak, but it will be more than the C triple bond C. So the both peaks are nearby 2250 and 250. So in the case of C triple bond, it is an intense peak, where in case of acetylene, it is a short peak. You can see in the spectra that C triple bond N shows a strongest and the intense peak at 2250 in comparison to acetylene group C triple bond C. So these are the certain functionalities. So the last is the carbonyl compounds. Like we have almost different types of compounds, and any compound without carbonyl, I think, is not we can say that every compound has the carbonyl functionality, most of the compounds. So it is the strongest, and it is appearing in the region of 1790 or 1750 in the middle of the IR spectrum. So it will be shifting on the basis of the ester, whether it is ester form carbonyl, whether it is acidic carbonyl, whether it is amide, or it is a aldehyde carbonyl. So the shifting of this particular, the base value of carbonyl is 1750, and it will shift accordingly. If it is a acid chloride ester, the value will be higher based on the electronegative atom attached to it, and strengthening the force constant. As we have discussed the Hooke's law, that is the basic of the IR. If your force constant is more, it will have higher wave number. If your mass is less or high, that will increase or decrease the wave number of that particular functionality. So moving to the directly to the examples of the illicit drugs, what we will do in the forensic, because the basic knowledge of IR spectroscopy deals with all those spectra we are getting for the sample analysis of different illicit drugs. I will take 4 examples. So I think you are aware of this particular drug. This is the cocaine, and you can, by seeing the chemical structure of this cocaine molecule, there is one carbonyl functionality, there is aromatic ring, there is C double bond O, there is tertiary amine. So you can clearly identify the IR spectrum, and the IR spectrum is generally known as the fingerprint. Like the fingerprint doesn't matches of a person to person. Similarly, the IR spectrum is like a fingerprint of that particular compound. If the peak to peak are matching, that means that compound is present. So we should know all the basics of the IR spectrum, how we can detect, because nowadays these illicit drugs are like we have derivatized certain functionalities, so that these compounds cannot be identified by the crime bureaus or NCRBs or all these things. So they are because all the drug makers or the designer drugs are playing role that whether we can substitute certain areas or so making substitution, and afterwards they are treating with certain substances, and it can be again converted into a particular substance. Because one recent case has been appeared in the Goa. We are dealing with the these narcotics people. They are coming and they said that some black substance is now coming from cocaine, we are not able to identify. So the drug dealers or drug makers are doing certain changes in this product, and afterwards the potency or that particular compound is reverting back, and they are making the money and all these things. So this is the structure of amphetamine. You can see that amphetamine contains primary amine, and two peaks are showing in the region of 3350. So clearly we can see that and the drug is amphetamine, and I have aromatic stretch, and primary amine is present. This is N-methyl amphetamine, where one hydrogen of the amphetamine is substituted with the methyl functionality. So the peak, you can see here that only one single peak is appearing, 3254. So which indicates that this is N-methyl amphetamine. This is the structure of morphine, which contains two hydroxy group. So these hydroxy groups, you can see that in this particular region, a broad region is shown, and this is morphine. When these hydroxy groups are diacetyl, that converts into heroin. So you can see that the hydroxy group functionality is diacetylized. So these functionalities are not present in this particular spectrum. So you can clearly differentiate between the morphine and diacetyl morphine. This is the IR spectrum of LSD, that is lysergic acid diethylamide, and there is no secondary amine present, so there is no peaks, only the aliphatic compound peaks are appearing. So this completes with the IR spectroscopy, and how we can use this spectrometry in the forensic examination of the different compounds or different psychotropic substances or the illicit drugs, which the drug makers or the drug dealers are nowadays doing. So thank you so much, and sorry for the delay, because due to the network issue, there was a slight light sludge, and network connectivity issue was there. So sorry for that, sir, and we'll take care in future.
No problem, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for your very knowledgeable session. FTIR very important in forensic investigation, forensic examination. Thank you very much for choosing a very nice topic. Thank you. So now session is open for question answer. Participants, if you have any question, please ask.
Yes, any question? I'm happy to answer.
Piyush Raoji, any question?
I think
Shudka, any question?
I think whether the topic was not understandable, or whether due to this glitch, technical glitch, it was not completely delivered or properly delivered. I feel sorry for that, sir. But anyhow,
Chintan,
you can
please
post.
directly ask. Yes, no, sir, very nice topic. This is very important, and many research scholars are at AIFS is also working on FTIR.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Chintanji, please ask your question. IT, Mobinji, please give access to Chintan Singh.
Hello, good morning, sir. Thank you for this wonderful session. Yes, sir, I have a query about the data interpretation that we can use for the FTI graphs. So apart from the SPSS and Origin, what you can say some of the tools which will provide the more, descriptive results when we will put the FTI data on that?
So that database is already available, but the topic was like I was delivering with the basic concept. Whenever you get a spectra, you should know what has to look into that particular spectrum, because when you look for the IR spectrum, there are many combination bands, many Fermi resonance occurs. So there are so many peaks, because bending vibrations are also there, but we are sticking to the stretching vibration, which are easily identifiable, because you have to look to your compound, your structure, and you have to see that what you want to identify with that particular spectrum, because this is a theoretical knowledge which will be implemented afterwards, because nowadays number of softwares are available, like you have the library of compounds and the standard structures with that peaks are available. Just you have to overlay your spectra. So my aim was to deliver the basic concept. You should know theoretically also that how the wave number is like coming, why this functional group is showing wave number at this particular region of the spectrum. So that you can, by seeing the chemical structure of the compound only, you can say that this will be the IR spectrum, and we have the IR peaks near about this.
Yeah, sir. Okay, thank you so much, sir. But actually, I'm a PhD research scholar,
Okay.
and while drafting my manuscript, many of the, I saw the recommended paper. They are putting the spectra in the parallel series. So how I can do that? Is there any software, any kind of tool which will help me to,
Yeah,
perform the data interpretation?
yes.
Yeah.
While doing the IR spectrum on the spectrophotometer only, there is option that you can overlay your spectra. Like if you are using UV visible, you can have the overlay of different peaks. So similarly, while getting the data, you can overlay your spectra in that particular software only, which is provided with the equipment. So you can get a standard which is already inbuilt in that particular library are also available in nowadays with the instrument. So you can just overlay your data and you can just figure out that IR spectrum is matching to which particular library compound. Or you can
Okay.
also get a standard and you can get overlay of that particular spectrum.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the wonderful session.
Yeah, thank you, Chintan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Have a nice day, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay.
Thank you. Now we are moving for our next session, technical session by Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra. So, Shrutika, please give introduction of Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra ji.
Sure, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So now I would like to invite our next eminent speaker, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, sir. Sir has a PhD in Computer Science and Engineering, Network Security, MTech, and BTech in Computer Science and Engineering. He is working as Associate Professor at MIT University, Dubai since September 2011. He is Chair of Academic Affairs, EAID, and Head of Center of Excellence, AI, Data Science and Intelligence System at MIT University, Dubai. He is a senior member of IEEE, branch counselor of IEEE student chapter at MIT University, Dubai, senior member of IACSIT, and lifetime member of IAENG. He has successfully organized many IEEE sponsored international conferences in IEEE region 8 and 10 with different teams and roles like conference chairs, editor, organizing committee members, and many more. He has published 80 plus research papers in world reputed journals, magazines, international conferences, and national conferences of his field. He is guest editor and reviewer of some reputed Scopus Index and SCI journals and books. His major area of interest is in network security, process mining, compiler design, data structure, and algorithm design. I would like to welcome Ved sir for his session. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll just share my screen and then I'll start. I hope it's full screen visual to everyone.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. So thank you and thank you, Dr. Amarnath Mishra ji, for inviting me in this one of the good FDP sessions which is going on since few days. Myself, Dr. Ved Mishra, and I'm going to talk today regarding the cyber crimes nowadays happening, as well as the cyber forensics and cyber forensic tools. So I will be covering the content like cyber security, security services, cyber attacks paths, cyber forensic, difference between cyber forensic and cyber security, history of cyber forensics, different branches of cyber forensics, and how cyber forensic experts works, and then cyber security and cyber forensic tools which are available. and then at last I'll just put up 3-4 case study. It's kind of just open-ended problems which you all can think about it. So when we talk about the cyber security, what it is and why it is needed nowadays. So when you define the cyber security, you can say it's practice for protecting systems, networks, and different programs from digital attacks. Now, what is these digital attacks and which kinds of attacks generally available nowadays? So most, if you categorize in broad the cyber attacks, you can say there are two kinds of attacks: active attacks and passive attacks. Now, what is this active attack and what is this passive attack? So generally what happens when you talk about the active attacks, it's not that much dangerous for the organizations. Yeah, but it changes the content, it alters the data and all those things immediately. But when you talk about the passive attack, detecting passive attack is most difficult task because attacker will be taking your information and the victim will not be able to know if they have been attacked, their data is leaked and all those things. So generally passive attacks happens in the big organizations, two competitive organizations and that kind of thing. If one company want to launch some product, other competitor company wants to know which product is coming from their competitor company. So they just want to take the strategies and all those things. So how these passive attack happens? So for that as well, different methods are there. Long back, one movie was also there. It was not exactly on the digital attacks, but that gives some kinds of preview about the passive attacks. That was Corporate or something, this kind of movie had come long back. Now, if you will see what is phishing, these are some kinds of attacks. When you talk phishing, ransomware, malware, smishing, and phishing. So there was one survey recently, and when it was asked, do you know about the phishing, about the US workers and all those things from the organizations? So only 49% people from the US, they could give the correct answer, what is phishing. So you can see the survey here in the green color. What is phishing? 61% overall in the world, they gave the answer they were knowing. Ransomware, only 31% could give the answer. Malware, only 66% could give the answer. What is phishing? That's only 30% could give the answer. And what is phishing? Only 25% people could give the answer. Now, just imagine, these are the attacks which are most common nowadays in the world. And the people who are using internet, who are using mobile, who are using different devices, they don't know even about these things. So if users will not be knowing about the attacks, then they will not be able to protect themselves. Most of the attacks happens because of the user's fault. So this is just one example how you get some kinds of message. So you will get something like that. Your file are encrypted and there will be a link play. Then you will not know and you will click here. And you will click on the pay button and you will pay something. And the moment you will click and you are entering something, your data will be stolen and then they will be misusing your credit cards, bank accounts, and all those things. Nowadays, very popular attacks happening on the digital, we say digital crime, but digital coin. So if you will say another kinds of attacks, I will just come to that. Like what is missing, what is phishing, what is phishing. Firstly, let's talk about it. So phishing generally it's performed over the phone using voice call, using cellular network or VoIP. You must have seen or heard many of the users get the phone call. Your credit card is blocked, your debit card is blocked. You need, we are speaking from the bank, give this detail, that detail. And the moment you are writing it or giving something, they steal your data and then you become the victim and they will take your information, they will misuse with all purposes. Now, you see, this kind of message also we get it. The moment you are getting this kind of message, it means you are getting a text message. That's smishing. So smishing is something you will get on the text message. The moment you will click and call, your data will be stolen. And on the other hand, phishing happens generally with the email. So you will be receiving some link, and the moment you are clicking on that link, and after clicking that link, whatever the data you will enter, everything will be going there. I will just give the basic example through which you all can understand. Suppose that some websites are blocked in some organizations or in some country. Now what happens? Someone will send you with some link. Okay, using this link, actually you can access this website. You will go click on that link and they use some PHP code and all. You will be getting exactly same website, whatever you wanted to use or you wish to access. Now, the moment you are getting exactly same website, you will not even doubt it. And the moment you are entering your information, ID and password, your ID and password will be going to the person who had sent that link exactly. So like this, these phishing techniques are being performed nowadays by attackers. This is the real example. And here it was in the newspaper as well. You see, since I am based in UAE nowadays, so I know about this thing, and many of my friends had also got this kind of message in their browsers. So you see, government of Abu Dhabi, you will suddenly you are using your computer and think the country like UAE, you are getting this kind of message from the government. Most of the people are scared and they start clicking on these links. Now, the moment you are using on your browser, this kind of message comes, government of Abu Dhabi, government of Dubai, or something like that. And it will say your computer has been blocked. You are fined for this much AED because you were using some blocked content and all those things. Now person will be scared. And then the best thing is they will say pay via credit card or any card. The moment you are entering on these cards, your detail, your card information is being stolen, and then they will start misusing your card details immediately. You will not be able to stop. So this is very popular thing, which has been published in many of the newspapers here as well for the awareness. Now, this is some facts about the cyber attacks. 95% of the breaches are caused by the human error. That's what I was just talking about. if we are not aware about these attacks, we don't know what is phishing, what is phishing, what is smishing, and all those things, most common cyber attacks, we immediately click the button. Sometimes you might also be receiving a message from CEO, message from president, message from the vice chancellor. You will receive the email. You will get fake offer letters from some of the organizations. We always suggest to the users as a cybersecurity person, the moment you are receiving it, don't just blindly believe on that and you click on any of the link. At least once you check the email ID from where it has come. At least check the email ID, because the display name will be exactly same whatever is your boss name and all those things. So you will not be able to know with the display name. So we should at least once check the email ID, and the moment you will see the email ID, you will understand, okay, this is not from the original email ID. So that's what 95% of the breaches caused by the human error. Now, how often cyber criminals attacks? Just 39 seconds. Imagine, just 39 seconds. What is the average cost of the attacks? $3.86 million. $3.86 million is the average cost of an attack nowadays in the world. And 77% of the companies are not prepared for an attack. If I'm saying 77% companies are not prepared for the attack, it means companies are working more towards the reactive kind of things. The moment you work like reactive kind of things, once attack happens, after that you will think how to overcome with this. Instead of becoming the reactive, if we could work, our company, cybersecurity persons, cyber forensic persons, could work as a proactive, then these attacks will never happen. 43% of the attacks are targeting small and medium-sized businesses. These were some facts I just wanted to put here. Now, this is one interesting data. I was just talking about phishing scam and all those things, phishing especially. You can see we have two graphs here. One is from 2017 and one is from 2022. You can see different percentage. So in 2017 means left side, if you will see, 41.6% attacks were happening like non-payment, non-delivery. And phishing attacks were very less. It's kind of 12.5%. But you just see in 2022, data has been completely changed just in 5 years. And this is not my data. The source I have also written it here, Statistica. And this is very famous organization who provides these kinds of data. So you see 53.2% attacks of all the attacks are only phishing attacks, only phishing scams, where users are clicking on some links and then they are compromising their data. So you just think, even after COVID, what has happened? This internet use is increased hugely. And because of that, from rural area till urban area, everybody is using internet. Children are using mobiles and all those things for online classes and for many things. And this is the reason the awareness is not there among the users. And because of that, this phishing attack is heavily increasing. So this is one very interesting data. Just in 5 years, phishing attacks has been increased from 12.5% to 53%. These are also some facts. Data breaches cost businesses an average 4.35 million in 2022. 236 million ransomware attacks occurred globally in first half of 2022. 236.1 million. You can imagine how attackers are active nowadays, how much and till what extent. 1 in 2 American internet user means nearly 50% users had their account breaches in 2021. 39% of the UK businesses were suffering from the cyber attacks in 2022. 1 out of 10 US organizations, they don't have any insurance against even any cyber attacks. Even in India, I don't know, it's less than that. Now, these are some facts you can imagine how and how much cyber attackers are active and how much organizations are compromising their data. We use nowadays as an smart users, like we are paying by card, we are going everywhere, we are using GPS, we are using Google, we are using internet, we are using phone. Anywhere you are monitored. Whenever anybody wants, they can monitor you. So we should use all these gadgets in very careful manner. Now, social media is very popular. Everybody is using these social media. If you will see this, you can see in recent years, there is a called romance scams, and this is happening through social media, and this is very popular nowadays. You can see 14.6 million pounds UK victims in a single month. 14.6 million pounds. This much has been lost in a single month in UK. So think all over world how much it's going on. And what is this romance scam? Boys or girls or anybody are being targeted individually. These people are making the relationship through social media on target base. And the moment they start talking and they are close, then these attacks happens. So that's why this word has come nowadays, romance scam. And this is very popular. And because of the social media, people are losing too much money because of this. Now, another fact you can see in Q2 of 2022 alone, Facebook has removed 8.2 million items of the content that violated its policies on bullying and harassment. 8.2 million items. In Q1 of 2022, Facebook has removed 9.5 million pieces of policy violating content. And this is the highest ever number removed by any of the platform. So think, one thing is cyber attacks. Another thing is about the bullying and harassment. This also is happening a lot nowadays through the social media. I will say through the social media. Now, I don't know how many of you have heard about these things, but just in a span of 2-3 years, like 2021 to 2023, these are some very famous notable cyber breaches. JVS ransomware attack, Robinhood hack, Uber breach, Nvidia was attacked, WannaCry, Costa Rica ransomware attack, masquerade well supply chain attack. And in each of these, either organizations have lost huge money or organizations have compromised the data. And whose data is that? Users' data. Like Uber Bridge. Everybody is using Uber nowadays. Think if somebody is attacking Uber and getting all the users' data, all the users' phone number and everything, all the credit card payment thing, and we pay online, we pay everything. And Uber is saying, or many companies say your data is safe. But think some attackers are attacking that kind of company and they are just taking your data. So if you have heard, it's good. If you have not heard, you should read about these things, and then you will be knowing whatever we are using nowadays, whether it's digital, in digital form, how much it is safe. And you never know, your data has gone, your personal information, your bank detail, to which company and where. So now, when we talk about the platforms, which platform is most safer? So these are the some data which shows you which platforms is having more attacks. So out of all these, like Windows, Windows 10, Windows 10 Pro, Windows 7, macOS, and all those, Linux is considerable most safest thing. That's why most of the organization nowadays, not nowadays, since very long time, in the industry, they work on the Linux system, because Linux is more safer generally if you compare than Windows. You can see the number of attacks. I will not say that Linux is fully safe, but still it's more safer than Windows. Now, which kind of files generally we get spams and all those things? So you can see PDF is having 47% nearly. So which kind of, like, you receive the email in different files. Now, every time we open PDF, we don't think which kind of data it is. But PDF is most compromised thing in terms of the spam emails. This is again one data. Some is from 2020, 18, 2020, 2021. Okay, how much do cybercrime costs in the global economy? So cybercrime costs the global economy about 1 trillion, 50% more than the predicted in 2018. Also, it is more than 1% of the global GDP. So you can see where is the market of the cybercrime and where is the market of the cyber forensics and how much it is useful if you are becoming the cyber expert, cyber forensic expert, cyber security expert, or digital forensic expert. These are the some numbers of cyber attacks from the India, cyber crimes from the India. You can see the number of cyber related crimes reported in 2018 was more than 2 lakhs. And this was in 2018. Now, in the first 2 months of 2020 alone, in first 2 months of 2020 alone, the cyber crime which are reported is more than whole year of 2018. So think after the COVID, how much cyber attacks has been increased. And now we know every cyber crime is not being reported in India. So if in first 2 months of 2022, more than 2.12 lakhs cyber crimes are reported, you can imagine how much cyber crime is happening. So in 2020 itself, more than 1 million must be 2022. And I am just talking this, how much is reported. How much is not reported, we don't have data. Another fact, between Q1 to Q2 of 2022, cybercrime across India is increased by 15.3%. And you can see here, 17,560 websites were hacked in 2018. And in 2020, an additional of 26,121 sites were hacked. You must have heard recently, I guess last year, one of our very popular from the medical field, AIIMS or something, complete data was website was hacked, if you remember. So you see 78% of the Indian organizations experienced the ransomware attack in 2021. So whatever I'm talking about, AIIMS or something that happened in 2021 or 2021. In comparison, the average percentage attacks was 66% and the encryption rate was 65%. The most common form of the cybercrime in India is financial frauds. Everybody wants to get access your card details, bank account through different links, and they just transfer the money, they do the shopping, and then you are behind them. Now we'll talk about the cyber forensics, what it is. So I was just talking reactive and proactive in the beginning of this lecture. So cyber forensic generally works more reactive kind of thing. Means once incident has happened, so what has happened, who is responsible? So for that we use this cyber forensic. It's better if we are not reaching to this point, that would be more better, because if our systems will become the more reactive, proactive kind of thing, will not be, attacks will be stopped before it happens. But suppose that some incidents are happening, then cyber forensic is very important. And now you just saw how much attacks are happening. Though all organizations are more aware now, still attacks, they are not able to stop. That's why cyber forensic is becoming more important thing in our life. And for any organizations as well. So the aim of cyber forensic is to determine who is responsible for whatever the incident has happened, and then documenting the evidence, and then performing the proper investigation to ensure the responsibility and accountability. That's where the cyber forensic comes to the picture. Now, whenever we are talking about cyber security versus cyber forensic, this is just in reactive and proactive things. We are just doing it. Cyber security is more improvements. Cyber forensic is more investigation. Now, cyber security is prevention. Cyber forensic is reaction. Means once prevention means before something is happening, it's better to take the data, stop that incident. And cyber forensic, once this incident has happened, then you investigate. So system organizations versus evidence gathering. This is another point. Inside cyber security, we ensure that systems are up to date so that attacks should not happen. But in cyber forensics, we gather the evidence and then we prove that this person is responsible and all those things. This is some history of the computer forensic or cyber forensic, you can say. It started from 1970, 75, financial fraud started. Then 1980, 85, 83, 84, you can see different era is there. 1995, 2000, 2003, and now after 2020, even this computer forensic is playing an important role to check, investigate, and document all the evidences, context of the cyber security. So where these digital forensic or cyber security can be applied. So you can say using information security where it's being used for. Nowadays, forensic auditing, cyber forensic auditing is also very popular. That forensic auditing is becoming popular because of these attacks. So because many of the attacks happens because of the insider of the organization as well. Some person will be leaking the data and all those things. So these three A's are very important in terms of the cyber forensics: acquire, authenticate, and analyze. Means acquire the data, acquire the evidence, then authenticate that's correct evidence and all those things, and then you can analyze and keep the accountability. These are some branches of the cyber forensics. You can see database forensics, email forensics, malware forensics, mobile forensics, memory forensics, and network forensics. So these are the branches where cyber security persons are working. Cyber security and cyber forensic persons are working. What it is, like when you talk about the memory forensics. So once incident has happened, so how to collect the data or information which are stored in the computer RAM and cache. Mobile forensic, retrieving the data, context, text message, pictures, and video calls from the mobiles. Many times it happens that the persons who does the crime, they will delete all the data. Now, as a forensic expert, as a cyber forensic expert, we need to extract, retrieve all those data which has been deleted recently. So same thing is for the network, malware, email forensics, and all those things. How to retrieve the data which is there, that's easy, but which is not there in the thing, which has been deleted. So that is the work of the digital forensics. Now, how digital forensic persons can work. So if you will see, copying the hard drive of the system under investigation, verification of the data, then ensuring copied data is forensically sound. That's what I was talking about, authentication. And here verification and these two things. Then deleted file recovery, finding data in the free space, performing keyword search, whatever you are searching for, and then you need to file the report. So this is the process for digital forensics or cyber forensic expert. Some incidents happens, so these process they need to follow. Now, these are the some popular cyber forensic tools which we can use. Many more are there. Here in these, some are the free tools available on the open source, some are the paid tools. But as a cyber security person, cyber forensic person, we should be able to use these things. In this, You can see here one thing is there, AutoSpy. AutoSpy is very popular tool and it is available free of cost. You can use this. Another thing you can see here, Shift Sense. This is very popular. So these are the some tools which you can try in your computer as well, or with some other computer if you want to investigate or retrieve the data. Now, I have just mentioned here three cases, three open-ended problems. You can just think these things and note down, if anybody want to solve this, you can do it. And you can, if you want to take some my advice as well, later on you can email. I don't want you to solve it now, but that's it from my side. Now, if you have any question, you may ask now. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Prakash Mishra. I'm not sure if you're hearing me.
Hello.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, please.
Okay, I have one question. So you started out by saying that most persons who, all of us use our computers, our phones, we use the technology to do all kinds of transactions.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I think your voice was, just repeat once more, sorry.
Sorry?
Yeah, can you repeat your question again, please?
Yes, I was saying that you started off your presentation by saying that all of us use our computers, all our devices to do so many different transactions, from emails to payments, etc.
Yeah.
And that many of us are not even aware that we are victims of attack. And so what I understand you to be saying, that there has to be some kind of education to the masses about cybercrime and how we can protect ourselves. My question to you is, whose responsibility do you see it to be to educate the masses? Will it be the forensic experts? Will it be the schools? Will it be the minister or Ministry of Technology? Who do you see leading the charge to educate the masses?
I will just give this answer. Actually, if now it is up to the different levels. If you talk about any organization, like any organization, so for their employees, that management of that organization should make aware, and they should keep these awareness camp or something, some workshops or something like that through their cyber security personals. So that, and this, you can't expect anybody ki once you tell, they will remember all the time. So this has to happen time to time. You can't say we have sent email to everyone and everybody will be following. So that's why these should happen time to time. So if you are talking about the organizations, it should be the network administrator, cyber security personals should do with the help of the top management. Now, that's what I was talking. So now you told about the country, since you took the ministry and all those things. At bigger level, at the, like, if you want to talk about the country level, yeah, definitely government should keep these kinds of drives among awareness drives among their citizens. These things are happening, be careful about that. So that's what this depends at which level, which organization we are talking about. And the management of that company, management of that organizations, if you talk about the country, districts and all those things. So for general people, for general citizens who are not part of any organization, they also use their internet, mobiles, and all those things. Yes. So this is the
Yes.
responsibility of the government as well to keep these drives time to time, awareness drive time to time. And I know many of the governments, even in India as well, they fund these things to keep the awareness drive. Yeah. Hope I am clear.
Yes, yes, thank you so very much. And thank you for such a very interesting presentation. It was very, very thought-provoking and very informative.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other question you may ask?
Thank you so much, Dr. Vedji, for your very knowledgeable session on cyber crime and cyber forensic. Yes, any question from participants, if you have? So, no more
Thank you.
question. Thank you once again for accepting our invitation and for so nice, knowledgeable session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
So,
Thank you so much.
now, moving for our next technical session, I wish to invite Dr. Ena Barbaro. Dr. Ena Barbaro, she is a forensic geneticist, criminalist, WAWFE president, CIMF laboratory director, and also university professor in Italy. Her session on quality certification in forensic. I just preponed her session because she is now COVID infected, but she is willing to take the session. Thank you so much, Dr. Ena, for accepting our invitation. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mishra, for the invitation. Thank you to all organizers. It's always a pleasure to stay with all of us. I try to share my presentation and to give it as better I can. Can you see the presentation, the full screen?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to talk about the quality certification in forensic science. That is a very interesting and important topic for forensic laboratories. As you know, forensic science is the application of science to the resolution of legal issues. This is in accordance with the American Academy of Forensic Science. And it includes criminalistics and criminology. Criminology is the study of a crime and of the deviant behavior. Because of this, it's an interdisciplinary field in the behavioral and social science, and it used the contributions of psychology and sociology. And the Italiano Cesare Lombroso is considered the father of criminology. Criminalistics is something different from criminology, even if sometimes there is a confusion between the two concepts. Criminalistics consists in the application of scientific methods to the recognition, collection, identification, and comparison of physical evidence collected at a crime scene. Because of this, it used the contributions of the exact sciences, such as biology, chemistry, medicine, physics. And Hans Gross is considered the father of the criminalistics because he published for the first time a manual that was a practical handbook for police officers, for prosecutors and lawyers in 1894. But in the last years, television shows, movies, and true crimes produced high expectations for the contribution that scientists and in general technologies may give for solving violent crimes. This effect is named CSI effect, and it produced worldwide an excessive interest by students, professionals, by the common people toward forensic science. And in fact, many people started their careers in the field due to the media influence. But forensic experts can have different roles. Some of them go to the crime scene for evidence collections. Other ones carry out their activities in the laboratory, analyzing evidence collected by other individuals. And this is why, as I explained before, forensic science involves a wide number of scientists specialized in different disciplines: biology, chemistry, medicine, physics, ballistics, genetics, entomology, and so on. And as you know, my experience is due to my activity in a laboratory in the south of Italy, named the SIMIF, that is a criminalistic laboratory. But reality is really different from what appears on TV, and the real problems for scientists are big, and difficulties are great. And due to the hard confrontation with reality, many people who began the activity with great expectations, then they left this field. And the results of forensic analysis may contribute to establishing the guilt or innocence of a person, to establish or exclude, for example, familiar relationship. Because of this, forensic science requires a great scientific competency. And nowadays, modern technologies enable scientists to find and analyze very small evidence directly collected at a crime scene or indirectly connected with a crime. And this allows to obtain information from samples that previously were not analyzable. Because of this, several associations worldwide work together in order to develop protocols and to favor the standardization of methods in order to perform a scientific forensic analysis using the same protocols, the same methods all over the world. And in addition, the quality certification is required. ISO standards are a set of international standards that were created with the aim of helping companies to establish levels of homogeneity in relation to management, service provision, and product development. It's a series of tools whose use helps to guarantee compliance with quality within organizations, and they must be disseminated to all workers so they can be applied. Customer focus means to understand what the community needs, and ISO 19 is the most diffused group of internationally recognized standards that sets out the criteria for a quality management system. And this group, the set of standards, have been published by the International Organization for Standardization. It provides a framework for the organizations to manage the process inside the organization that may affect the quality of their goods or services, and to stimulate the organization to improve the performance. The aim is to encourage the production of goods and services that meet a globally acceptable level of quality. And the ISO 191 is the most famous all over the world. And there are 7 key quality management principles: customer focus, leadership, engagement of people, process approach, improvement, evidence-based decision-making, relationship management. That means that all the activity must be based on experimental evidence, such as the data collected from the laboratory or from the organization activity, all the problems that are inside the laboratory, and all the relevant contextual complex. A special issue is concerning laboratories that want to send DNA profiles to the National DNA Database. And these laboratories must be certified ISO 9001, but also they must be accredited in accordance with the ISO 17025. In fact, according to the ENFSI, the European Network of Forensic Science Institutes, all laboratories producing DNA profiles for a DNA database should, as minimum, be accredited ISO 17025, and they should participate in challenging proficiency tests. The ISO 17025 defines the requirements that the laboratory must meet to demonstrate the technical competence of the staff and the availability of all technical resources, such as to guarantee accurate and reliable results for specific tests, measurements, and calibrations, as well as providing requirements for quality system management to ensure that the laboratory provides reliable services. Because of this, ISO 17025 accreditation differs from the ISO 9001 in that the certification teams of experts directly evaluate the practical and technical aspect of the laboratory. And this increases the scientific rigor of the assessment, and it allows to evaluate also this part of the activity, and not only the management systems. To be accredited to provide confidence that the laboratory operates an effective management systems with rigorous requirements for ensuring competency. And in fact, the ISO 17025 establishes the requirements that the laboratory must meet to demonstrate the competence of the personnel, the existence of good environmental conditions, and also the ability to perform tests and calibration methods, and validation of the methods used in the laboratory. Also, the evaluation is performed on the equipment in order to evaluate the presence inside the laboratory of adequate instrumentations. The experts also evaluate the ability of the laboratory to perform traceability of the measures, handling of the samples subjected to testing or calibration, and also it provide information about the modality to perform quality assurance of tests and calibration, and also to present the results of the analysis. Because of this, the evaluation of conformity is performed on several aspects, as you can see here in this slide. Laboratory management must ensure the competence of the personnel who use specific equipment, perform tests, evaluate results, and sign reports. Personnel carrying out specific tests must be qualified and must have appropriate training, experience, and skills. There must be stored documents in order to provide the real competence of the personnel to perform the assigned tasks, such as certificates of participation in courses, conferences, training. Regarding the instrumentation, the laboratory must be equipped with all the equipment required for a correct execution of the test, and equipment must be modern. This means it must be actualized during years. The equipment and the software used for testing, calibration, and sampling must allow the required precision to be achieved and must comply with the specifications relating to the tests or the calibrations. In the laboratory, obviously, must have procedures for the management, calibration, and maintenance of instruments. It's necessary also, in order to guarantee the quality of results, to plan and review all the activities in order to verify the validity of the results provided, to use regularly reference materials as positive controls or negative controls, and certified reference materials. It's necessary to repeat the test in order to demonstrate the reliability of the analysis, and also to participate in proficiency testing. Specific procedures are required for sample transport, for example, from the crime scene to the laboratory, for the acceptance, handling, protection, storage, and disposal of samples. The laboratory must keep the samples on which will be carried out the analysis only, or the part of the sample left after the analysis, only for a time agreed with the client, with the prosecutors, or defined by the legislation. This depends on country and country. And evaluation of conformity for the accreditation is performed by independent bodies, which are normally themselves evaluated through an international system administered by the International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation. And these accreditation bodies are established in many countries with the primary purpose of ensuring that conformity assessment bodies are also subjected to external evaluation. And this is an example of accreditation. My laboratory was the first in Italy to obtain the ISO 17025 accreditation for DNA analysis in order to send DNA profiles to the National DNA Database in Italy. Because of all that exposed, being compliant with the requirements of ISO 17025 means to possess both the technical expertise required to carry out the analysis and a quality management system, which is essential to guarantee the accuracy of the analytical data and the traceability of the measures. Because of the complexity of forensic science and many disciplines involved, forensic science requires a great competency that may be only achieved by specific education of the expert, training, pluriannual experience. And because of this, to become a good expert, it's necessary not only to study at degree or post-degree levels, but also to continuously be trained on specific topics of interest. It's required the laboratory certification according to ISO 17025, but for the forensic experts, it's also required an accreditation, the ISO 17024, especially in the United States, in order to demonstrate the effective competence of the expert to carry out the activity, to perform specific analysis, and to discuss results at the cart. The ISO 17024 contains principles and requirements for a body certifying persons against specific requirements, and it includes the development and maintenance of a certification scheme for persons, ensuring the validity of individual certification programs. It provides confidence to the market, authorities or employers about the competence of the person who are performing specific activities. It ensures that the person certified by an accredited body meets the requirements of the certification scheme, through which a process of evaluation and a periodic reassessment of the competence is carried out. Also, for the crime scene has been developed another certification program, the ISO 17020. The ENFSI, the European Network of Forensic Science Institute, recommends people performing activities at the crime scene must be accredited according to ISO 17020. This accreditation provides a framework that ensures crime scene investigators operate with high levels of competence and integrity. It provides a standardized framework for crime scene investigators to follow, ensuring consistent procedures, methodologies, and documentation. And this promotes uniformity and reliability in forensic investigations, because the experience all over the world demonstrated that mainly errors are performed during the crime scene investigation. Errors during the samples collection, preservation, transportation. Because of this, it's really important. People who come to the crime scene must be expert. And in order to demonstrate this expertise, is necessary the accreditation according to ISO 17020. Thank you so much again for the invitation. I hope my presentation has been interesting for you, and feel free to contact me by mail or in my social pages. Sorry, but today I am really bad. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Participants, if you have any query from the session, you can ask.
Yes, Shrutika, whatever. Session. Now session is finished.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anna. Certification is very important in forensics here in India, NABL, and we also follow the certification in laboratory as well as in academic institution. There is NAC and other accreditation. Thank you so much for your knowledgeable session during your health issue. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you again for the invitation.
So now we are moving for our next technical session, plenary session, and I wish to invite Dr. Satnam Singh. Over to you, Shrutika.
Thank you, sir. So our next eminent speaker is Dr. Satnam Singh. He is Associate Professor Pharmacology in Adesh Institute of Medical Sciences and Research, Adesh University. He is also Coordinator, Youth Affairs, Adesh University, Member Board of Studies, Pharmaceutical Sciences, Adesh University, Member Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Adesh University, Member Board of Study Doctoral Degree Program, CIBR, Adesh University. He is also an ex-controller of Examination at Adesh University, Bhatinda. We welcome you, sir, for the session. The session is yours.
Okay, first of all, good evening, everyone. And I would like to convey my heartiest thanks to Dr. Amarnath Mishra ji, who's a good friend of mine, who has given me this opportunity to speak something in front of this August gathering. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
And I would like to congratulate all of you to organize such a wonderful program for the benefit of all the stakeholders, not only the budding scientists, also who are teachers or who are working in this domain. So my talk is very simple. Actually, I would like to discuss regarding the tools which are related to the domain of pharmacology, and more specifically the pharmacokinetic parameters, which may help the to concentrate the evidence, to make sure about the evidence, or many things which are related to the drugs or drug related crimes or evidences that can be verified by using those type of tools. So my talk is related to that particular domain, and I hope I have kept it very simple. First of all, I would like to highlight the simple things. Ma'am, I would like to share my presentation first.
So you can share from the
Okay,
share
okay.
screen.
Just give me 1 minute. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
And I would like to change the slide. Please tell me whether these are moving or not. Slides are moving?
No, sir, it is on the first slide.
Why this is happening? Now?
Sir, it is on the first slide only.
What is the problem?
Sir, you can unshare and share it again.
Okay. Stop sharing. Then, okay, screen share. Now it's no. Now it's full mode, ma'am?
No, sir.
Hmm?
It is only in the PowerPoint mode where you see all the slides in the left
Oh,
side.
but here it is in the full screen mode. Now it's moving.
No, sir.
What is the reason? Can you help me to pause sharing?
IT
Stop.
team, can you help? सर एक
Yes.
बार शेयर स्क्रीन करके देखिए PowerPoint मत शेयर
Govind ji,
I'm just clicking the share screen button again and again. Now I have paused it.
Sir, we like your PowerPoint over there, presentation.
Govind ji,
Yes.
Sir, when you click on share screen, you can see your PPT, sir. And then click on your PPT and after click your share.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
And I hope this time it will be visible in full mode also. Now it's in the full mode, sir.
No, sir. Sir, please stop share. I will. Sir, click on share screen button.
Huh?
Sir,
Okay.
click on share screen button.
Okay.
Now click on screen button on left side top corner.
Screen button, sir.
Yes, sir. Screen button, left side top corner.
No, sir.
Only screen button, sir.
A recording and or
No, sir. First you have to click share screen button.
yes.
Now click on screen button, sir.
Sir, I'm not able to find it where it is.
Sir, first you have to click share screen button.
Yes.
Click. Now click on screen button. सर अब विंडो सर अब जो विंडो आई है सर उसमें स्क्रीन बटन आ रहा होगा सर शेयर स्क्रीन पे क्लिक करने के बाद
सर इसको क्लिक कर दिया
उसके बाद शेयर वाले बटन पे क्लिक कर दीजिए
हाँ ऐसे ही कर रहा हूँ मैं
सर अब आपकी स्लाइड शो कीजिए ओपन
लेकिन फुल मोड में नहीं हो रही
सर आपने पीपीटी तो नहीं चूज करा फिर से
नहीं मैंने इसको
सर जब हम शेयर स्क्रीन वाले बटन पे क्लिक करते हैं आपको पीपीटी नहीं चूज करना है वहां पर स्क्रीन बटन होगा सर उससे आपकी क्या होगी पूरी कंप्यूटर की स्क्रीन शेयर हो जाएगी
ओके बट कंप्यूटर की स्क्रीन में मैंने फुल मोड पे नहीं किया सर उसको पहले फुल मोड पे करना पड़ेगा मैं एक और स्टॉप शेयर करता हूँ फिर दोबारा देखता हूँ यस आई एम फर्स्ट ओके
सर क्लिक ऑन शेयर स्क्रीन बटन
ओके सर
सर लेफ्ट साइड में ऊपर जब शेयर स्क्रीन पे क्लिक करते हैं तो लेफ्ट साइड में ऊपर स्क्रीन बटन आता है सर उससे क्या होता है आपकी पूरी स्क्रीन शेयर हो जाएगी
वही तो मैं सर फाइंड आउट नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ जूम में आएगा ना सर
सर जूम में सर हाँ जूम में जब हम शेयर स्क्रीन वाले बटन पे क्लिक करेंगे अब जो नेक्स्ट टैब आएगा सर उस पे स्क्रीन वाले बटन पे क्लिक करना सर आप और फिर शेयर कर देना
नहीं आ रहा है सर यार कुछ नहीं आ रहा है सर तो मेरा आया मेरी सिर्फ फोटो आ रही कैमरे में बड़ी वाली आई कैन सी माई सेल्फ एज इट इज बट ये कभी हुआ नहीं ऐसे
ओके सर फुल स्क्रीन मत कीजिए अमरनाथ सर फुल स्क्रीन पे मत चलाइए पीपीटी नॉर्मली रहने दीजिए
नॉर्मली कर दीजिए आराम से 1 by 1 जो है आप बढ़ाते
नॉर्मली सर मूव हो रही है नॉर्मली
शेयर करिए
ओके मैं दोबारा शेयर करता हूँ इसको
फुल स्क्रीन व्यू मत कीजिए सर नॉर्मल स्क्रीन व्यू ही चला दीजिए शेयर स्क्रीन करके पीपीटी का
Sir, you can try sharing a screen for him.
हुआ सर अब आ रहे हैं
Yes, it is visible, sir. Please start from first slide. Yeah.
और फुल मोड में नहीं आ रहा सर मूव कर रही है स्लाइड्स
नहीं आप फिर आपको नेक्स्ट क्लिक करना होगा सेकंड स्लाइड थर्ड स्लाइड ऐसे
ओके ओके फॉरवर्ड करना पड़ा हाँ मैं वही कर रहा हूँ अभी मूव कर रही है सर
हाँ यस
okay let us start so basically I was discussing that this is a basically interaction based lecture or we can say discussion which is related to the domain of the pharmacology and nowadays it is very hot topic all over the world as far as the pharmacokinetic parameters are concerned and it also very helpful in this domain for which we are talking about for the next the last 6 days so basically the forensic sciences the forensic sciences one is general forensic science second is forensic medicine these are two different domains but the third thing which may help the forensic science or forensic medicine that is forensic pharmacology it is nothing but it is new thing but it is a part of the pharmacology which may help the forensic science or forensic scientist to find out the evidences, to verify the evidences in toto, to fix the responsibilities, and to help the basically crime scene. So basically it focuses on the knowledge of actions and interaction of different chemicals in living being. Pharmacology. This is the domain of pharmacology. As far as forensic pharmacology is concerned, this is the application of the pharmacology knowledge to legal issues such as resolving the litigations which are related to the drugs or drug regulatory processes and the criminal justice system, such as determining the cause of death in criminal cases or crime scenes due to the involvement of the different types of the medicines and drugs. So increasing forensic science courses in schools and colleges in countries like USA and Australia is a very, very, very unique thing and new domain of learning, as well as development of the skills in this domain. So basically it is a science of drugs and forensics. The forensic pharmacology is a science of drugs and forensics. So forensics as a science and profession is considered to be the important for the investigation of illness, injury, and deaths. I repeat, forensics as a science and profession is considered to be the important for the investigation of illness, injury, and death. But this illness, injury, or death, if involve the use of different types of drugs, then the forensic pharmacology steps in. Forensic pharmacology is defined as the application of the sciences of the drugs to application of legal code of conduct, which is related to the different phases of the drugs, different uses of the drug, adverse effects of the drug interactions, and the outfit or the outcomes which is generally coming out of the misuse of the drugs. The pharmacologist, as an expert in the science of drugs and is involved in the clinical, distributive, and administrative aspects of the pharmacy and pharmacology, may help the forensic scientist or may have as a major role as a forensic scientist while combining these two different sciences. Forensic pharmacology mainly help for the relevance of the medicines and drugs to some criminal cases that involve how can the pharmacologist help the legal team to maximize the value of the evidence. So ultimately, it will help for the legal team to maximize the value of the evidence. If the evidence is related to certain use of certain types of drugs, that whether that particular drug is used and how much amount of that particular drug is used, whether the death has occurred due to the side effect or overdose or due to the ill effects of the drug, like that. So, pardon? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir. IT team, please prevent the access.
Okay. So the basic tenet of pharmacology kya hai? So there is always an ordered relationship between the concentration of a drug acting in the body and the magnitude of its effect. As I already told you, dose-dependent effects of the drugs. But certain drugs are having very low therapeutic window or therapeutic index. So for which they may be they may be acting as a lethal, or the lethal dose can be used to harm other people. So if it is so the pharmacologist or the forensic pharmacology will definitely help the scene. So there are always two sets of the concentration: pharmacodynamics parameters and pharmacokinetic parameters. But here I would like to discuss the pharmacokinetic parameters, then how they can help, because most of the scenes are related to the use of the drugs. And what are those scenes? I would like to discuss later on. First of all, we would like to understand the drug concentration time profile. As you can see the graph, this is I have taken is this is the slide. Basically, you can see this arrow is showing the plasma concentration rising up to the in this domain or to this basically side. You can see the time is taken on this plane. So this dotted black line is showing the minimum effective concentration, and the maximum toxic concentration is shown by the dotted red dotted line. Now, what is this MEC? This is known as MEC, minimum effective concentration. It means the amount of the drug required to reach in the blood plasma, or the concentration required in the blood plasma to elicit the desired pharmacological response. If this area will be calculated below the minimum effective concentration line, so our any kind of our drug will not give any effect. For example, if the dose is paracetamol is we are taking 500 milligram, or nowadays Dolo, which is having 650 milligram of paracetamol in a single tablet. So it has been calculated that this much amount of the drug will be reaching in the body when it is taken orally. And that amount is sufficient to introduce to start the therapeutic effect. So that amount is required to start the therapeutic effect. If that much amount is not achieved by the drug in the plasma concentration, so no effect will be there. So minimum effective concentration is required to be achieved by each or any chemical to start its pharmacological or any other type of harmful effect. So this is the graph which is showing the drug concentration time profile after oral administration. When we are taking anything orally, though it is a tablet, capsule, emulsion, suspension, or anything, any medicinal pharmaceutical preparation which is having the active constituents or the drugs, when it is taken orally, it will take some time to get absorbed through the intestinal mucosa, and after passing the hepatic portal vein, it enter the hepatic system, then it will go to the systemic circulation. The rate and extent of the drug or the fraction of the drug reaching the systemic circulation is known as the bioavailability of the drug. Bioavailability, when we are giving, we are bypassing the oral route, bioavailability of the drug will be higher than the oral route. For example, if we are taking 500 milligram of tablet, that may affect the temperature, or which will bring down the temperature in case of basically pyrexia or the fever, it will be calculated according to that. The oral preparation will have 500 or 650, but the parenteral preparation will have lower concentration of the drug, lower amount of the drug. So because when we are taking oral drug orally, so there are many factors which are reducing the amount of the drug which is required to enter in the blood plasma. Some amount is lost during the oral injection, some in the intestine, some with the food particles, some during absorption, and the maximum amount is lost in the first pass metabolism, which is occurring in the liver. So basically the drug is carried to the systemic circulation through the liver, basically. And there are microsomal enzyme system in the liver. It will metabolize that heavy amount of the drug. Whatever amount is now available unchanged in the liver will go to the systemic circulation for its therapeutic effect. And that will be responsible to introduce its therapeutic effect. So main reason to discuss this thing is always remember, when we are taking dose orally, the amount of the drug will be higher as compared to other route of administration. If we are taking injection, of this paracetamol, the amount will be less as compared to oral route. If we are taking sublingual tablet, the amount will be less as compared to oral route. If we are taking IM injection, and so any other route, if we are going to use, the amount of same drug will be less as compared to the oral route for that drug. So this is the bioavailability. Then drug concentration time profile by different drugs. Yes, very important to note that many drugs are having this drug concentration time profile in a different domains or in different values. So here we have taken in one plane plasma concentration, as you can see, and in the second. So we are having three types of drugs. So minimum effective concentration is shown by the level is shown by the dotted lines. So in case of drug A, if you are seeing it properly, which is generally depicted, its a concentration profile is depicted with the help of a line, red line. You can see it can easily achieve the blood plasma concentration, minimum effective concentration, which is required to elicit the pharmacological response. And in case of drug B, it fails to achieve that level. Or in case of C, it took much more time, but it approaches the minimum effective concentration, but doesn't cross that level. So every drug is having different drug concentration time profile. Remember. Secondly, if the same drug is available in different type of formulation, even then they may show this type of profile. For example, the formulation A is having paracetamol, the formulation B is having paracetamol in granulate form, and C is having in coated beads in the form of. So they may have different concentration profile as compared to the other drugs. So this parameter has taken into consideration while we are discussing drug-related cases and the harmful effects of these drugs or the lethal concentration of the drugs. Drug concentration time profile by different route of administration. That is very important. If the same drug is taken through the different route, it may have the different consequences. As you can see, the plasma concentration is rising in this plane, and in this plane we have taken time in hours, and you can see the when we are giving this IM, which is shown by this black line. Before that, the minimum effective concentration is achieved by the IV route very fast, or before the IM route, and IM route is faster than the oral route. So this graph is sufficient to show that IV route is the very faster route, where the onset of action of drug is very fast when we are administering the drug through the IV route, then the IM, then the oral route. So these things should also taken into consideration. Drug concentration time profile by IV bolus and IV infusion. As of now, most of you are knowing the IV administration. IV administration is also many types: slow IV infusion, fast IV infusion. Then next type is bolus dose, which is given at a dose that is given at once through the IV route. One is IV, mean normal IV, slow IV, and second is bolus dose. So you can see when we are giving IV bolus, mean the whole amount of the drug is injected at once. So the plasma concentration, which is required to produce the therapeutic effect or the lethal effect or the harmful effect, can be achieved immediately. You can see the curve, IV bolus. When we are infusing the drug, administering the drug through the slow IV infusion, you can see it is achieved this, but this will prevail for a longer period of time. So what is the difference? IV bolus, the peak will be fast, and after some time it will start declining. So you can see the effect of bolus dose. But IV infusion, you can see the steady state has been maintained in this case, and when it will be stopped, then it will decline its effect. So this is the another important parameter. Then time course of drug in each compartment, that is very important to understand the use of the drug, or because these parameters are helping when we are calculating, when we are taking the blood samples from the crime scene, or the victims, when we are studying all these things, that how it's happened, which type of drug has been used, and what was the plasma concentration, how it has been there. So the time course of the drug in each compartment. If the you can see the plasma concentration curve with versus time curve. So when it is taken, you can see this is showing the total bioavailability, and some of them is metabolized and excreted through the kidneys. There are other many sites for excretion. So first it is absorbed from the absorption sites properly, but the drug in each compartment will take some time to reach over there. If it is taken orally, then as I already discussed, that it will go first in the GIT, then from GIT it will be absorbed. Some drugs are absorbed in the stomach also. Then it will go to the hepatic portal vein. Then the enzymes, hepatic microsomal enzyme system will read it as a foreign particle, as a poison. They will metabolize it. Whatever amount will be spared, it will go to enter the systemic circulation. Now this systemic circulation is responsible to circulate that amount of drug in the body. So the reaching of the drug in each and every part of the body is known as the reaching of the drug in the each compartment of the body. There the action is required. So particular type of drug will act at a particular site also. Different types of sites are there, or different types of substrates are there where the drugs are acting in particular area. So this should be taken into consideration, that once the drug is given in the administered in the patient, or taken by the person, or given to the victim forcefully, so it will absorb and it will get started metabolized in the body, and it will immediately its excretion will be started. Some drugs are excreted unchanged in the urine. So this also should be taken into consideration. So some drugs are metabolized in the liver or the body. They are excreted. Their metabolites can be detected in the urine. And some drugs are present in the blood plasma as it is. But some drugs are not labeled as drugs before their administration. They are known as prodrugs. Once they are enters the blood plasma, they'll enter the liver, where they will be get converted into active metabolites. So that active metabolite will be responsible for the therapeutic effect. So these type of drugs are known as prodrugs. So many prodrugs are used for their therapeutic effect. So we should know which type of drug is taken. So for example, I would like to, there are effects of drugs, concentration dependence effects of drugs. For example, effects of alcohol, which is depends upon its concentration, and effects on behavior. What type of effects of on behavior can be seen with the increase in the concentration? When the blood plasma concentration in the form of in terms of milligram per deciliter reaches 30 to 100 milligram per deciliter. Apparent excitation and euphoria type of effects can be seen in the person or the individual. If he or she has taken more than that, when the concentration will reach 100 to 200 milligram per deciliter, so there will be impaired motor functions, impairment of memory, slurred speech, and drowsiness in the person who has the concentration of alcohol 100 to 200 milligram per deciliter. In case it reaches more than that, mean 200 to 300 milligram per deciliter, there will be a incidence of emesis and the person is labeled stupor. 300 to 400 milligram per deciliter will produce coma-like condition, coma. Then respiratory and cardiovascular depression will be there. And more than that, more than 500 milligram per deciliter, this concentration is taken as lethal concentration. And there will be respiratory failure, CNS depression, and ultimately death will occur. So this concentration is very important. If the forensic scientist is finding that the death has occurred due to the overuse of alcohol, so he or she should match the concentration with the suitable equipments. So the basic knowledge should be there. If the person is in coma, that whether this concentration was there. So every drug which is CNS depressant in nature have dose dependent changes and the behavior. So we can easily see the changes. Now the pharmacodynamics are also responsible for answering other things, which is very important and related to the forensic science. Response of the body to the presence of a drug. Basically, there are two domains, pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics. Pharmacokinetic mean what the body does to the drug. Mean kinetically, what type of kinetic is there when the drug is taken, the drug molecules are entering in the body. And the pharmacodynamics mean what the drug does to the body. In simple layman's language, means what type of effects of drugs are elicited by the proper functioning of the drugs, or what are the methods or means or by which these drugs are acting. Most of the drugs are acting through the receptors. They are basically, the drug molecules are attached to the receptor, and the receptors are responsible to start the secondary mechanism. I'm not going in detail here, but you can see the effect of the increase in dose. If we are having the this is showing the increasing effect in this case, and here you can see the dose, small dose is there, but with time we have increased the dose, and you can see this is a sigmoid curve which is showing the maximum effect here. You can see. So this region is labeled as no effect range of increasing with increasing dose. Mean this is the area of minimum effective concentration to maximum tolerated concentration or maximum toxic dose, basically. So this is again we are showing drug effects and toxicity. In case of toxic effects of drugs, many drugs are very, very, very toxic, and they are associated with the potential toxic effects. They have to be taken very carefully, and the patient is advised many a times use the proper dose, not increase the use, not take the drug much, not repeat the dose. So one example is the phenytoin. So we can see this is the ineffective, but here is the blood plasma range which is required to target the goal. over here. So useful dose range is there. But even small increase in the concentration of phenytoin will lead to the extreme toxicity. So many drugs are there. If we are talking about paracetamol and other drugs, they are safer. Why they are safer? Because the margin of safety is much more. If the person is taking 500 milligram, or the person can take 1000 milligram, no problem. Only small increase in adverse effects will be there. But in case of phenytoin or other drugs, which I will discuss, I will have the list of those drugs. If small amount will be increased in dose, so there will be a massive increase in the harmful effects. Okay. So drug response may be influenced by now the drugs which are working, which are producing their pharmacological effects, are also under the effects of some factors. Naturally occurring substances present at the receptors like neurotransmitters and hormones, they are also having pharmacological actions. When they are basically less in amount, they can be given to the patient, or they are considered drug. For example, adrenaline is a biogenic molecule, but when it is given to the patient, it is considered as a drug. So similarly, most of the hormones. So then the second is by drugs or xenobiotics present at the receptors. कोई पहले ही ड्रग वहां पे है या दूसरी ड्रग है which will affect the functioning of other drug, that will reduce the effectiveness of the second drug, or the xenobiotics which are present at the receptors. Factors affecting number, structure or function of the receptors. There are certain types of receptors which are in the working mode when they are having a specific type of structure or domain, or we can say configuration. If that configuration is changed due to any reason, the drug molecule will not work because the receptor will not give any response. It may be because of the presence of disease, lack of exercise or excess of exercise, abnormal environment, starvation, obesity, dehydration, age, sex, previous effect of any previous drug, or dietary history. Or the third is genetic variability. Actually, why I am discussing, if you people are working in this domain, that you are having any variables or variation in the drug concentration as per the protocol of the pharmacology, so these type of factors should taken into consideration to match the value, basically. Yes, next is the size. Size does matter because the dose depends upon the body size. Always remember, age-dependent factors, gender-dependent factors, concurrent physiological states. These four are very important types of factors which are taken into consideration, being taken into consideration while we are prescribing the drugs to the individuals, because the dose for the children will be different, dose for the adult will be different, dose for the pregnant women for different, geriatric population for the different, pediatric population for the different, and so is the pharmacodynamic and pharmacokinetic profile in them. Their liver is not having so much enzyme, their kidney is not so fully developed to excrete the things in case of pediatric formulation. Same happened in the geriatric population. Their cells are basically becoming inefficient day by day and not able to excrete the things properly. So these should taken into consideration. Volume of distribution is a very important factor. Every drug, when we were discussing the compartmentalization of the drug, the drug is going everywhere in the body. And basically, the vascular tissue, the blood and the plasma, which are the main reservoir of the drug at that in the normal condition. The total body water is approximately 60% of the lean body mass. That is calculated for a normal individual is 42 liter in a body. Or we can say if the person is having 70 kg weight, the volume liquid or the total body water will be 42 liters. That water will be in the form of interstitial fluid, cellular fluid, body cavity fluids, etc. So in case of when the weight is 14.5 kg, in case of child of 3 years, the total water is 8.7 liter. And in case of female, if the age is 56, weight is 56, the total body weight water is 33.6 liter. So this variation is also influencing the action of the drug or the sampling. It may also alter the sampling of the blood which are taken for the analysis. So, scope of forensic pharmacology. Forensic pharmacology is a hub nowadays, which the forensic pharmacologist may deal with the cases of doping, by combining the knowledge of forensic science as well as the pharmacology. And if the case is related to the drug overdose, they can find out, they can solve the problem immediately by using the pharmacodynamic and pharmacokinetic parameters. If the case is related to drug abuse, that can easily be solved. Then crimes under influence of drug. Yes, many crimes are generally conducted under the influence of certain drugs. That how the drugs are acting, how much amount of that drug will change or cause the change in behavior of the culprit can be easily assessed with by using the tools of pharmacodynamic parameters. Then chemical hazards, if these have happened, how and what type of effects are there, can be solved easily. Adverse drug reaction, which is basically also known as ADRs. And this is a very, very important domain nowadays, because ADR monitoring sites are basically the pharmacovigilance is a very large domain, which is related to the adverse drug reaction monitoring and to study and to control all these things. But if the death has occurred due to any adverse drug reaction, that can be answered by the forensic pharmacologist, and case can be solved. And if the death or the crime has occurred due to the interaction of the drug, it can be easily explained. Drug interaction. Many drugs are interacting with each other and will change the behavior of the individual or the person or the criminal. And the simple example is when we are prescribing antihistaminics to the patient, and the patient is advised, do not operate the machinery, do not drive the car or the vehicle, and do not use alcohol, because the antihistaminics, which are the classical one, they can easily cross the blood-brain barrier and they may produce sedation. And the patient under the effect of sedation may not be able to drive properly and may not be able to operate the machinery. So cautiously, he or she has been warned. But if he or she will have the use of alcohol, the alcohol will potentiate the effect of the antihistaminics. So ultimately, there will be a great effect of that antihistaminic, and sedation will be much more. So due to this interaction of the drug. So this can be solved or understand with the help of pharmacology. Forensic pharmacology need of the hour है क्यों? It needs recognition among the Indian pharmacologists. Pharmaceutical jurisprudence is an extensively studied branch of pharmacy curriculum in India. New drugs leading to new ways of abuse. Yes, very important. Advances in analytical techniques and application of biotechnological advances to pharmacology and toxicology has widely extended the understanding of the overall scope of these subjects, because these subjects will be help to understand the new technological basis or to help the new technology to solve the cases. So that's why this pharmacology is very important. Then the pharmacology beyond therapeutics is also there. What is that? There is a, I would like to discuss later on. The scope for further research is also there. Pharmacology beyond therapeutics mean many things are there, but here I would like to disclose one thing that is known as chronopharmacology, which is the domain of the pharmacology. Now the chronopharmacology, what is chronopharmacology? There is a circadian rhythm. Those who are from the medical background, they are knowing that a fixed rhythmic cycle is going on in our body. At that fixed time, the enzyme will be released in a 24-hour cycle. That and the hormone will be released at a particular time. At a neurotransmitter will be released, and many times many things are going on, but timely and periodically. That is known as that cycle. Now we are having certain set of drugs. If we are prescribing those drugs without taking into consideration of that cycle, the drug will not affect as it is. If we have taken or we will involve the science of that rhythmicity of our body, rhythmic cycle, then the effect will be much more. I will not go into detail, but the simple example, why we are prescribing some drugs should be taken early in the morning, some are at the evening, some are at the bedtime, some in the afternoon. Because we have the knowledge that these type of enzymes are much more active during the night, which are responsible for this action, and the drug will affect that or prevent those enzymes. So, many things are there. So the pharmacology beyond the therapeutic. This will also help to answer the questions related to the incidences related to drugs or illness due to the drug or injury due to the death or death due to the use of different kind of drugs. So the role of forensic pharmacologist here, we can say the forensic pharmacology answer the questions of the association of the chemicals with an individual's behavior. So illness, injury or death, it can be described as an interpretation of the effects of the drugs and their duration of action with the purpose of facilitating a medico-legal process. I repeat, with the purpose of facilitating a medico-legal process. The pharmacologist conducts an analysis of the body fluids and tissues and interprets the chemical data to help the attorneys in assessing the role of a drug or specific chemical in the behavior, illness, injury, or death of an individual. So, in this way, this forensic pharmacology will help. The forensic pharmacologist can be of a great help in both criminal and civil cases. Now, why we have discussed the role and the nature of the drug? Because there are many cases of drug abuse. A national survey conducted by the Indian Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment in 2004 has brought forth the fact that the drug abuse was quite commonly seen among Indian males aged from 12 years to 60 years. The most common abuse was in the use of tobacco. You can see in this picture So, tobacco use 55.8%. Then the use of alcohol 21.4%. Then use of cannabis 3%. Use of opiates 0.7%, and use of other sedatives, very thin line is there, 0.1%. So this was given by the report of the national survey, which was conducted in the 2004. So the crime under the influence of a drugs or medication are the most frequently reported ones. Now, if these crimes are under the effect of these drugs, so the answer can easily be find out with the help of a pharmacological parameters. So drug abuse in criminal courts, crimes which are committed by the individual under the influence of a drug or medication are one of the most frequently reported ones. These crimes could be the result of the effect of medicine, resulting in a change in the behavior of a thought process of the person. Forensic pharmacology deals with the study of the drugs of abuse, examples of which are cannabinoids, central nervous system stimulants such as cocaine, heroin, marijuana, tobacco, and amphetamine-related drugs, CNS depressants such as alcohol, benzodiazepines, and opioids, hallucinogens such as lysergic acid, diethylamide, mescaline, and this phencyclidine. Dissociative anesthetic such as ketamine, inhalants such as chloroform, and anabolic steroids. Such drugs are often involved in criminal and civil matters concerning personal injury, motor vehicle accidents, drug overdose, and murder. So also, their actions and addiction liabilities has profound medico-legal implications. So we are having, again, this is the name of the drugs, CNS stimulants categorized. We are having cocaine, heroin, marijuana, tobacco, and amphetamine-related drugs. CNS depressant includes alcohol, benzodiazepine, and opioids. Hallucinogens, lysergic acid, diethylamide, mescaline, and this phencyclidine. Dissociative anesthetics, ketamine, inhalants, chloroform, and anabolic steroids, which are generally inhaled by the addicts. Then now the abuse in drug abuse, which is related to the sports medicine and doping. So commonly used this ergogenic drugs, which are known to enhance the performance, are anabolic steroids, narcotic analgesic, diuretics, beta blockers, growth hormones, oral peptide hormones, amphetamines, caffeine, cocaine, sympathomimetic agents, and erythropoietin. So the World Anti-Doping Agency guidelines are there. The National Anti-Doping Agency has also given some guidelines. The national organization responsible for promoting, coordinating, and monitoring the doping control program in sports with the vision of dope-free sports in India. So when we are dealing with such a type of case or condition, so to find out which drug has been taken and what type of effects are noted, the person who has already taken this drug. So in case of, to solve the doping case, the pharmacology is very important parameter. So a forensic pharmacologist can help with use of analytical method to detect the doping agent. Yes. Help in avoiding accidental use of ergogenic drugs by athletes. Advice on the drug interactions and use of drugs for the therapeutic purposes in athletes can be given. So the drug levels in the blood can be detected, can be easily monitored, can be easily assessed or verified by the forensic pharmacologist. Forensic pharmacologist can assess and analyze the blood samples to determine high and borderline doses, signs of toxicity, lack of therapeutic effect, or a suspected case of poor adhesion. Alteration in the post-mortem and ante-mortem blood levels. Here, that is very important. Alteration in the post-mortem and ante-mortem blood levels. Monitoring the narrow therapeutic range of the different drugs such as digoxin, lithium, and theophylline. Drugs like alcohol and the drugs which are prevented, which are prohibited while driving. So, forensic pharmacologist is armed with the knowledge of pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics, drug interaction, as I already told you, and adverse drug reactions. So, making an informed decision in medico-legal cases, it is fixing the role of forensic pharmacologist, interpreting the serum concentration of the alcohol and its effect, as we have discussed in the form of a table, the change concentration dependent behavioral change, impact of drug interaction on alcohol absorption or metabolism and the disease state, medical legal implication of alcohol or drug abuse. Now the criminal cases, here also an important role comes in the pharmacologist or the forensic pharmacologist. The important role in a wide range of criminal cases has been noted to provide a testimonial such as use of drug or poison as a weapon to kill other person, where the criminal is using the drug, because every drug in overdose is considered as a poison. So use of drug or poison as a weapon, mental impairment caused due to the effect of the medication, use of a specific drug as a reason for criminal aggression, drug use and their effect on the victim. Drugs are frequently used in suicidal attempts and as a tool of homicide or sexual assault. The most commonly used date drugs are, for example, flunitrazepam, alcohol, gamma hydroxybutyrate, and ketamines. So this flunitrazepam is it is odorless or colorless drug. So the pharmacologist can easily detect the presence of this drug. Then the pharmacovigilance is also a very important domain which will also help the science. So role of vigilance, forensic pharmacovigilance, or in forensic cases is very important to establish the effects of drugs leading to crime. Use of counterfeit products, contamination, adulteration, or other substandard medical products leading to adverse drug reactions. So role of pharmacovigilance in civil cases is also very important. So as the previously unsuspected class effect emerges when the drug is available in domain after licensing. For example, this the thalidomide was also introduced after the proper procedure, but the study was lacking and the tragedy took place. So many other drugs are there, very many examples are there. So if the death is occurring due to the drugs which is under the scanner, so that can also help by the pharmacovigilance person involved in the pharmacovigilance or the forensic pharmacovigilance. Differs from pharmacovigilance as it considers the medico-legal implication as well. So this is the difference, because the pharmacovigilance is a domain of the pharmacology in general, where that is related, that is the science of pharmacology, which is related to the prevention and detection of adverse effects of the drug worldwide. But here, the forensic pharmacovigilance will be related to the medico-legal implications as well. So in case of detection of off-label drugs, civil cases which involve the review of insurance claims, where they will have a very, very good role. Review the use of off-label use of a drug and enable the initiation of a malpractice lawsuit. testify about the appropriateness and urgency of the unlabeled use of a drug. Case of medico-legal negligence can also be taken care of. So basically, as we have discussed, in the pharmacokinetics, it is subdivided into the 4 main processes: absorption of the drugs, distribution of the drugs, metabolism of the drugs, and the excretion of the drug. So in combination, it is abbreviated as ADME of the drugs. So ADME controls the concentration of the drug present at the receptor at any precise time in the body when the drug is taken by the patient by any route of administration. So here we can say the graphs which are related to the concentration profiles of the different drugs. Some drugs are showing the linear relationship and some are showing the exponential. This is lorazepam, which is the normal one. Again, the log concentration of lorazepam is also plotted. So by using these parameters, we can assess the blood plasma concentration and we can draw a conclusion whether why the death has occurred, whether due to the excessive quantity of the drug or lethal dose of the drug. And the next is important parameter, which is known as half-life of a drug. Half-life of a drug is the time taken for the blood concentration to decline to 1/2 of its present value. Usko kehte hain half-life. Mean the time in which the drug plasma concentration becomes half to its starting value. So here the T-half, we can calculate the T-half of a drug. Every drug has a T-half. Some drugs are having 30 minutes, some drugs are having 40 minutes, some drugs are having 5 hours, some drugs are having 12 hours, some drugs are having 24 hours. So depending upon the nature and type of the drug. Characteristics range of values for each drug is there. So long-acting drugs have a long half-life. If the drug will have a longer effect pharmacological effect for a longer period of time, it means the T-half is a much more. So you can see this the effect in 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Similarly, we can calculate the T-half of every drug. If the drug is under scanner, you should know the T-half value of the drug. If the T-half value matches with the plasma concentration, from where we can calculate the time of the administration of that drug. If the drug is given forcefully to the victim, so the time of death can be calculated or the problem can be solved. The another example of this fluoxetine, the pharmacokinetic shown by, we can see this is the blood plasma concentration profile. At some initial doses, this type of concentration curve is there, and after that the steady state is maintained. And some drugs are showing this type of steady state concentration. This steep rise, then this decline is there. Phenytoin marginal overdose. The phenytoin is showing this type of profile. We can see this. So fluoxetine parameters, effect of additional dose, we can see if the normal dose is there, then if we will add some additional dose, so this type of graph can be seen. Similarly, drug kinetics can be used to solve the murder, or drug kinetics is used to solve the case of murder or attempt to murder, in which it was alleged that the victim had been drugged prior to the lethal assault with the case. So here is the graph which can be obtained with the use of the software or the parameters by which we can calculate the amount of the concentration or the drug from which it can be verified that this was a lethal dose which given to the victim. Drug interactions. Drugs may interact pharmacodynamically and pharmacokinetically. Pharmacodynamically mean affect each other's response at the same receptors. When there are some drugs which are enhancing the action of each other, block or modified the biochemical action of, there are some drugs which are reducing the action of other drugs. So this scene can also be taken into consideration. Iska answer, suppose if there is a clear-cut evidence that this drug will have this type of effect, and that cannot be produced by the analyst, that cannot be assessed by the analyst, then he or she has taken into consideration the use of a concomitant drug. So if he or she has taken, the victim has taken another drug, it will nullify the effect of first drug. Or if they have taken certain type of drug which will enhance the action of first drug, definitely the person, the criminal, is under the effect of that particular drug. Pharmacokinetically, alter the rate of absorption of or distribution, and they prevent the access to the receptors. So alter each other's metabolism or excretion. So now another type of drug interactions. Pharmacokinetic interactions between Prozac and diazepam, that is available in the trade name of Valium. So these drugs are both metabolized in the liver by a single enzyme, cytochrome P450 CYP2D6. Presence of Prozac will cause the rate of removal of Valium to be decreased and vice versa. Now, the Valium excretion will be decreased, the concentration of the Valium will be increased in the blood plasma, and the therapeutic effect will prevail. And ultimately, there will be enhancement of its effect. So Valium effects will be prolonged and Prozac effects will be prolonged. So both drugs are interacting each other to enhance the action of each other. Then pharmacological issues in criminal cases, those in which the drug is the main issue. Which first is the factors related to the drugs elicited, possession or dealing, driving offenses, alcohol or other drugs, or the combination of alcohol with other drugs. These should be taken into consideration. Those in which the drug effects are related to the offense. One is first, those in which the drug is in the main issue. Drug के कारण ये हुआ, और those जो जिसने offense को बढ़ावा दिया. Behavior alleged to modify by presence of drug, like memory loss, ability to comprehend, ability to perform. Then behavior triggered by the drugs. Certain drugs which are known to increase the aggression, confusion, amnesia, consent, and unconsciousness. So these are the effects of the drugs which are responsible to encourage the criminal to for the offense. Then the psychopharmacology. Again, the psychopharmacology is the domain of the pharmacology which deals with the drugs which are known as psychotics or antipsychotics. Drugs affecting the mind are the most widely prescribed of all the drugs. Most of the drugs are known to change the mind ability, and most of the drugs are used to treat the patient, to treat the mood, or mood stabilizing drugs. Agents are given to alleviate the changes in the mind, etc. About 50% of so all the consultation have a psychiatric components. It has been seen. Everyone is mentally ill nowadays. 10% of the population will be treated for serious psychiatric disease at some stage in their life. So the improper use of drugs, psychotics or antipsychotic, we can say, the excessive use or the absence of the use of these drugs may lead to any kind of condition. The commonly used psychotropic drugs. The first category is hypnotics, which are known to induce sleep, or they are named as sleeping tablets. Anti-anxiety drugs, anxiolytics, antidepressant agents, antipsychotic agents, and major tranquilizers. So the commonly called psychotropic. Antipsychotic is a different category, or psychotropic drugs mean all the categories are there. So they are very important to study for a forensic pharmacologist or a pharmacologist or a forensic scientist, so that they may be able to know the cause or the basically reason for the incidents. Other drugs which may also have psychiatric effects will include alcohol, anesthetics, antihistamines. As I already told you, alcohol combination with antihistamine will affect the consciousness. Anesthetics, calcium channel blockers, anticonvulsants, drugs leading to dependence like analgesics, especially opioid analgesics. The drugs like stimulants, hallucinogens, and solvents. They may change the psychiatric behavior of the patient as well as of the criminal or the culprit. Now only 2-3 slides are there. Then the psychotropic drugs and crimes. Drugs may be used in the performance of criminal acts. There are certain drugs which are basically used for the benefit of the patient, but that they can be used to enhance the performance and for the criminal acts like murder and abduction. So drugs may be themselves the main issue of the crime, like drinking, driving, and drug dealing. Drugs may precipitate the criminal act. Psychiatric patient who commits thefts whilst confused. It has been seen, it has been recorded that the drug interaction leading to this uncharacteristic disinhibition. जहां पेशेंट को इनहिबिशन होती है, उसको थोड़ा होता है कि ये काम ना करे, बट द ड्रग क्या करेगी, उसको एनहांस कर देगी, उसकी इनहिबिशन को रोक देगी, एंड दे विल स्टेप इन without involving their mind. So the most of the drugs should be used under the medical supervision, not as such. Forensic pharmacovigilance, this is just a repetition, but I would like to read few lines. Pharmacovigilance is the well-known science related to the study of adverse effects of the drugs or any other drugs-related problem. As I already told you, it helps in improving the patient safety and therapeutics by detection, warning, management, and advice, which can reduce the harm and benefit in practice in general. Pharmacovigilance can also be used as an important medical discipline in forensic cases in a variety of ways to establish the effects of the drugs leading to crime. Could this drug have caused this harmful effect in the person? And did it really cause the effect either? Any injury or death in the form of adverse drug reaction that are caused by counterfeit, contamination, adulteration, or other substandard medicinal products, which is identified by application of standard pharmacovigilance procedure, is termed as forensic pharmacovigilance, and it forms an integral part of the forensic pharmacology. Environmental toxicology and ecotoxicology. Here also an important role is waiting for forensic pharmacologist. So role of a forensic pharmacologist in general is conduct analysis of body fluid and tissues and interpret the data to help the attorneys in assessing the role of a drug to specific chemicals in the behavior, illness, injury, or death of an individual. To analyze, assess, review, and support the attorney's position, to provide a written report if his review positively supports the attorney's case, testify in case of a trial to explain the findings in court, help the attorneys in preparation of cross-examination of expert on the opposite side. Then the career path of forensic pharmacologist, an expert to isolate, identify, and quantify drugs and chemicals in biological materials, expert in all drug-related topics, which may include prescription of or dispensation of the wrong drug, just to recover it, to find it, and to find the use of counterfeit drugs, to find the incorrect storage of the drug, to locate the incorrect calculation, to correct the incorrect calculation of the doses, and in case of administration of wrong dose, in case harmful drug interaction, in case adverse event related to drug use, in case adverse drug reactions. So a forensic scientist in the domain of forensic practices can play an important role. Services provided by the forensic pharmacologist. As far as administrative services, he or she can be here as employment testing, patents, and to deal with the scientific frauds. In case of clinical evaluation, as you can see that the number of domains are there to testify the inappropriate use of the chemical agent, to deal with the ADRs and drug interactions, to deal with the date rape drugs and cases, and to deal the drug and drunk and drive cases, to deal with the drug-induced violence, to deal with impaired capacity of the drugs, to deal with the medication errors, to deal with the poisoning or substance abuse. In the form of distributive administrator, he or she may be role in adulteration or contamination of the drugs. So they can easily find out. They may have an important role to stop the adulteration and contamination of the drugs and to stop the use of counterfeit drugs. Status of forensic pharmacology in India. It is not well developed and nor implemented correctly. Right now, no clear delineation of the knowledge, skills, and hence work of the specialty and the subspecialty is there. Global, several teaching institutes and universities have dedicated centers that teach forensic pharmacology. Example, American Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences has a dedicated center for forensic pharmacology. South Dakota State University and the City University of New York also offer courses of forensic pharmacology. No integrated course that focuses on forensic pharmacology as a specialized subject, even in MBBS curriculum, is there. An evolved system of forensic pharmacology is needed. Rise in the medico-legal cases related to the use of drugs is alarming situation nowadays. So that can be deal with the help of forensic pharmacologists. So as far as the conclusion is concerned, in cases where validation cannot be made between the usage of a drug with a specificism associated outcome, it becomes difficult for a judiciary to offer a radical explanation. In such cases, a forensic pharmacologist can make a useful contribution by utilizing his or her knowledge of drug-related problems and pharmacology to provide relevant results and data which is helpful in assisting the legal system to take the right decision. Medical education in India needs to focus on developing the forensic pharmacology as a subspecialty. That is very important. And in the last, at least, I would like to share this slide, scope of forensic pharmacology, scope in every direction. If we will see in this direction, so they can deal with the hazards of industrial chemicals and also deal with the induction of disease by drugs and chemicals. Or in case of drug overdose, drug interactions, adverse drug reactions, in case of crimes under the influence of drugs, personal injury or death with exposure to the medicines or the excessive use of medicines, or in case of drug abuse and doping. So many more domains are there. With this, I'll thank you all. If there is any question, I would love to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Satnamji, for your clear explained session on forensic pharmacology. And clearly you tell about the role of forensic pharmacology in India and abroad. Thank you very much. So any question related to forensic pharmacology, drugs of abuse, or any related field? Session is open. Yes, Shrutika, any question? Yes, Satnamji.
Is there continuity, sir, during the session? I think there was no technical hitch on the part of internet connectivity.
No technical hitch. Thank you so much. You are good professor, also good tech savvy, huh? Tech savvy, no any technical.
ये आपका बड़प्पन है सर, ये आपका बड़प्पन है.
नहीं, आपका बड़प्पन है सर, हाँ. बहुत अच्छा सेशन लगा मुझे आपका.
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू. बस वो ऐसे, हाँ जी, कोई बात नहीं सर, ऐसे चलते रहेंगे तो कारमा बनता जाएगा.
Sure.
जी सर. So आप
So now here not any question in the chat box and not any participants want to ask any questions. So now I'm moving for our next plenary session. Next plenary session and that is the last one of 6-day FDP. So I wish to welcome Professor Dr. Sunita Bhagat. Ma'am is professor in Department of Chemistry in University of Delhi, India. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Welcome. Namaskar, ma'am.
It was pleasure to listen to Dr. Satnam Singh.
Thank you.
It was very interesting talk. I really enjoyed, though I joined late, but good to connect with you through this talk.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now, ma'am, you can start your session.
Yes, sure. So very good afternoon, good evening to everyone present here. Dr. Mishra, Dr. Satnam Singh, and my dear friends, colleagues, participants. I think it's a pleasure to be here. I think this is the second last day of this FDP program. Am I right, Dr. Mishra?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
yes, ma'am.
The second last day. So very soon you are going to get your, complete your course. And basically I'm a chemist. Okay, so though this forensic science is not my cup of tea, but still I will try to, explain you what is the role of chemistry in forensic science. That's my, idea how I can convince you. I think after the talk, I'll be, happy to listen from you that whether you are able to get the message or not. Okay, let me start. Yeah, just a second. I think my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you. So let me make it at the why it's not going in the slideshow mode. Don't know. Anyway, if it's clear to all of you, that's fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Please
yes, ma'am.
continue.
So, as we all know that chemistry plays an important role in everyday's life, everyone's life, in every day, whatever, whenever we start with our morning, we do, brush our teeth, whether we eat our breakfast, whether we go to, our offices, the chemicals used in the vehicles, everywhere you will find that it is the chemistry which is being used. Okay, so it's not only that in everyday life, but forensic science is in forensic area is one of the important departments where this chemistry plays an important role. And you can say that all forensic investigations which are being carried out by the forensic team, basically they use the principles of chemistry. Okay, so when it comes to preventing and solving crimes, forensic science is invaluable, and it is utilized as an evidence in court to determine the defendant's guilt or innocence and to help to identify the potential perpetrator. Means whosoever is the culprit there, we need to identify them. So the first fingerprint was used to identify a suspect in a murder in 19th century. Forensic science has played a role in resolution of homicide. In fact, this fingerprint concept, it has been used in the chemistry also when we teach our students about this infrared spectroscopy. So this infrared spectroscopy, basically we have fingerprint vision, and that we relate it with the this forensic science. And similarly here you can see that these fingerprints really plays an important role. And further in DNA analysis, this fingerprinting, ballistics and toxicology, these are just a few of the methods which are used to determine modern forensic scientists to examine the physical evidence. So coming to this, that what is this forensic chemistry? Means chemistry which is involved in forensic science. So forensic chemistry, you can say that it would seem to be a branch of chemical sciences that combines chemical as well as toxicological techniques to detect unknown factors in such a crime scene. So wherever this crime has taken place, so regarding the collecting the evidences, identifying the evidences, and how we can chemically, identify the blood samples or viscera samples or serum, etc. So everything involves this, chemistry. The tests have been performed by forensic chemists who are experts in their field. And to achieve the goals, these professionals adopt a variety of tactics as well as techniques. Let us now know little about what is the history of this forensic chemistry. This forensic chemistry as such has its own roots in history, with early cases involving chemical analysis of compounds dating back to 18th century in France, when chemists were asked by authorities to help them to solve the poisoning and other crimes using their knowledge about chemicals found at or near where the suspect lived. So, right in the very beginning, you can say, since the 18th century, this forensic chemistry has also been in used. Okay, so nowadays there are many other specialities with forensic science, including criminalistic and practice of collecting evidences, DNA profiling, toxicology, and trace evidence, among the others which are important. Forensic scientists work closely together with law enforcement officers from various branches like police force or secret services who trust them enough to share information relating to the case which they are undergoing the investigation. And it's not only fascinating, but also it has many practical applications in the society nowadays. Okay, it includes chemists who are working for the private companies using their knowledge to develop new analytical methods and techniques that help them to discover more about the origins of the product. So this is a little bit about this history of forensic chemistry. We need to understand that how important it is and how long it has been in used. So now we understand that what does a forensic chemist do? Really, what a forensic chemist do means what is the role of a forensic chemist? So a forensic chemist, you can say, is an expert in the field of chemistry who spends their time and effort at a crime scene analyzing evidence that could be related to any case. Okay, so what we need to understand is that we have to analyze the evidences. Okay, and they use advanced instruments like many, spectroscopy instruments. For example, you can use gas chromatography, you can use mass spectrometry, or any other qualitative test, quantitative test, NMR spectra, NMR imaging equipments when examining the small amount of individual items on site with high accuracy level. So different parameters, depending upon the different parameters, different instruments are being used to identify that how we can analyze the evidence and we can give the best support to nab the culprit. Investigators are hired by both the government and the commercial firms. The samples are collected by the detectives or the investigators and then sent to the forensic chemist for the analysis. This is the procedure which is being normally followed, as you all know, and they need to be well versed in both organic and particle physics. Okay, it's not only the chemistry, but they should understand the basic concepts of the particle physics as well. So scientists utilize organic chemistry to analyze body samples for DNA and toxicants. Means what kind of toxicants have been involved in doing that crime. A forensic chemist's role may include spending hours determining what type of chemical was used, as well as how much solids were mixed into the fluid during certain event. So that is very important, and we need to understand that how laborious or how intelligent role of a chemist in an investigation is. So the different principles which are observed in handling of the physical evidence, we need to understand that the evidence should reach the laboratory as much as possible in the same condition as when it is found. So procurement of sample is very important. The quantity of specimen should be adequate. We need to submit a known or standard specimen for comparison purpose. Otherwise, it will be difficult. You need to compare with the standard specimen sample. Each specimen should be separated from the other and label the piece of evidence for positive identification. The chain of study of evidence should be maintained. Okay, so all these factors, all these steps need to be taken care of while performing the any investigation. There are 4 tests for the blood. Preliminary test, which determines whether the stain is blood or any other substance. Obviously, we need to first ascertain this. Then confirmatory test, it confirms the results of preliminary test. Okay. Then precipitation test, which determines the blood is of human or it is of any animal. So while white ring appears in a tube if the blood is of human, so we can determine through this test whether the blood is of human or animal. And then finally this blood grouping test, which determines the blood if the blood is of human. Then we need to determine what is the blood group. So these are the different tests which involve chemistry for identification of the blood. Benzidine test, if this benzidine, it's a organic compound. When this test is carried out, the color obtained is a pink color, then you can say that it is the positive. Phenolphthalein test, positive test. If positive, the result is blue. In case of when exposed to ammonia fumes, it gives, because in acidic medium it's a blue color, but when it is exposed to ammonia fumes, when the medium becomes alkaline, it gives off pink color. Then you have Wacom test, then leukomalachite green test and luminol test. All these tests are performed for preliminary examination of the blood sample. Then confirmatory test for the blood. This involves Takamaya test. If positive, this hemochromosome crystal will be produced, and color of the crystal is salmon pink. Shape of the crystal is rhombic. So by the nature of this blood sample, we can also determine whether it's a human sample or it's an animal sample, and what kind of blood group it will be. So as we all know, we are aware of this thing, that we are, blood groups have been divided in 4 categories. The most common blood type is the O, rarest is AB. This type O is a universal donor, and type this AB is a universal acceptor. And this is how how this offspring, possible offspring, they have the blood grouping depending upon what is the blood group of their parents. Now, after this blood, the analysis of the DNA is performed. The stands for the deoxyribonucleic acid. This DNA is deoxyribonucleic acid. It is a hereditary material which contains genetic information necessary for duplication of cells and the production of the protein. It's an acid containing this DNA, as you all know, it's a deoxyribose sugar and contains 4 bases. These 4 bases are A, T, C, G in case of DNA, that is adenine, thymine, cytosine, and guanine. And it's a double helix strand of 2 complementary strands. All cells in the body have same DNA composition, and we all know that not this year, but last year, Nobel Prize was given to a chemist who has worked on the mRNA. Alex Jeffrey, a British molecular biologist who first recognized DNA analysis as having application to the forensic science. So, regarding this as an evidence that to ascertain the paternity also, in many of the cases we have seen that we carry out this DNA identification. So this is the advantages of DNA identification in human identification. It is stable, it can be isolated from a material even after a long period of time. It's not necessary that you need the fresh sample. Anytime it can be taken. DNA can be examined from a variety of biological resources. It can be replicated in the laboratory through the process of polymerase chain reaction, that is the PCR, and DNA shows greater variability from one individual to the next. Then with this DNA, we can also understand gene. It's a unit of heredity, complex chemical units contained in the chromosome, and it carries the hereditary information. Chromosomes, they are the microscopic rod-shaped bodies bearing the genes which carries the traits for transmission. Every normal individual carries 46 pairs of chromosomes. A PCR technique for replicating or copying a portion of DNA strands outside a living cell. So not only the blood, examination of semen and seminal stain is also important, and physical examination as well as the chemical examination of that is also being carried out. So here is the importance of chemistry, which comes in the chemical examination. Different tests are being performed. The fluorescence test, positive test result, crystal of chlorine periodide, which are dark brown, rhombic or needle shape, and then Barberio test, slender yellow tinted crystals, acid phosphate test, then coming to the microscopic examination to determine the presence of spermatozoa, and biological examination, which requires 3 swabs of semen or seminal stains from the DNA analysis. So these are the patterns of surface which are hit by the fire. That is the singeing, the slight burning of the clothing or skin around the bullet hole. Then there is the smudging, blackening of the area surrounding the bullet hole, tattooing, and presence of the nitrites. So this presence of nitrites in different forms can be need to be determined, and it can be determined when paraffin test is conducted. So depending upon that, how much is the distance, because we are collecting the proofs, we are collecting the evidences to support our forensic team. So it depends on what is the distance of firing. So if the it's a contact firing, that is the 0 to 2 inches, there is a presence of all characteristic pattern. If it is a firing from 2 to 6 inches, there is singeing, smudging, tattooing, and presence of the nitrates. If it is little more, that is 6 to 12 inches, there is smudging, tattooing, and presence of nitrates. And if it is around 1 feet or 2 to 3 feet, that is 12 to 36 inches, there is tattooing in the and the presence of nitrate. So that nitrates, of course, can be determined by doing the chemical test. The paraffin test, that is the taking of the cast to extract the nitrates embedded or implanted on the skin. So that test can be carried out, and this test must be done within the 72 hours of 3 days. Then coming to this diphenylamine test, that is the dermal nitrate or lung nitrate test. It determines the presence and distribution through the use of diphenylamine reagent. Positive results, minutes peak of blue in color will appear, and on hand the nitrate appears green blue when dropped with diphenylamine reagent. So these color changes really determines that what is the percentage of nitrate present in the blood samples. There are certain dangerous drugs which can need to be identified. Marijuana, which is commonly called as grass, ganja, or bhang. Different names are there, and its botanical name is Cannabis sativa. So it has the 3 major components, that is the tetrahydrocannabinol, that is the THC. It's a purple, the most active alkaloid. It's an alkaloid. So it has this alkaloid is causing this hallucinogenic effect. And then you have the cannabinol, which is red in color, and this is physiologically inactive. And the third one, that is the cannabidiol, which gives the pink color. Again, it is physiologically inactive, and pharmacological classification is hallucinogen. This, as you all know, this has been defined. Means any part of the plant, can be root, stem, or anything. Salt, it can be mixture or resins. The different strategies for examination, it can be microscopic examination, chemical examination, and then by purities, or you can means whether it's a mixture or it's a pure form. It is done by the thin layer chromatography. So confirmatory test for marijuana makes use of test plate which is soaked with solvent system for 1 hour. If positive, spot will appear, and the said spots are active ingredients of marijuana. So we need to examine these drugs. Then chemical solution for extracting the resins of marijuana, different means we need to take solutions either in chloroform or methanol or ether, and testing through the use of impregnated filter paper soaked in sodium hydroxide, and on the basis of observation, if it is positive, then if it is the purple red spot, then it will be positive, and if it is the purple color, if it is red color, it is positive, and if it is purple color and scattered, then it will be the negative test. So we can identify the presence of marijuana, means different drugs in the blood samples, parts of hair, fruit portion embedded in the skin, shaft portion above the surface of the skin, most distinctive part, and the tip, the distal end of uncut hair shaft. So all evidences we need to correct: cuticle, medulla, cortex, etc. And test of textile fiber means the victim, whatever he is wearing. So textile fiber needs to be identified burning or by the burning or ignition test. A simple preliminary examination determines whether the fiber is mineral or animal or vegetable. Fluorescence test determines the general group on which the fiber belongs, and a microscopic examination. Now, not only this, collecting evidence for this from the site, this forensic chemistry has an application in everyday life. The use of forensic chemistry in medicines is also there. Forensic is the use of science to investigate and establish facts in criminal and civil courts. In medicine, forensics can be used to describe a number of different activities, from research into the medical history of autopsies on the dead bodies. So how it is important in medicine is means how much dose of the drug, means any drug can be abused for anyone. So whether it's the drug has been, medicine has been taken in the proper prescribed amount, or overdose of the drug is there, that is also we need to identify using our knowledge of chemistry. So, and further uses of forensic chemistry in food industry. So along with the medicinal these medicines, this forensic chemistry has application in the food industry as well. In order to make a product more appealing, it sometimes has the chemicals of different kinds. We all know it has been very popular nowadays. In many news we have heard that they are using the different chemicals to show the things, edible things, that they are having the different colors. However, the people may have problems with them, and therefore they need the information about their content. So this is where this forensic analysis comes into the play, and we need to identify. The milk is the most commonly, you can say that many a times we have heard that milk, many of the milk samples contain urea. So how do they make? They mix urea with many other chemicals so that consistency and everything is same as that of the milk. It tastes same as that of the milk, but no one can identify. But certainly there are chemical tests which can be used to identify whether the milk is original or it is the chemically abused. In agriculture also, forensic chemistry is important. It has many uses in study of agriculture. Forensic chemists can look at the pesticides and how they affect a plant, as well as which plant are affected by certain pesticides. So again, you can say that in agriculture, in market also there are many vegetable vendor or fruit vendors, they are using these pesticides to ripen the fruits, which can be very harmful for human beings. And to identify this forensic team makes raid and get identify which chemical they are using. If someone is found to be poisoning another person's crop with harmful chemicals, forensic chemists may be able to prove it using scientific methods. And they could also test the soil samples from the different areas where the crop has been grown. So we can say that forensic chemistry is a part of, criminology that deals with the detection and identification of drugs, explosive, or other substances that can be found at the crime scene. Forensic chemists are scientists who analyze and interpret the evidence and testimony collected from the crime scene. They then attempt to identify and collect the pieces together. This is done by using chemical tests on the collected material. So another question is that whether the forensic science and forensic chemistry is the same. Anyone can answer for this? If you are there. Is anyone can answer? I could not find any answer in the chat box. Okay, anyway. So these two, areas, they are not the same. Forensic science is study of crime and its detection, whereas forensic chemistry is branch of forensic science that involves the study of physical, chemical, and biological evidences of crime. So forensic science and forensic chemistry, they have a different different aura, you can say. Have you ever heard about our forensic doctors? Yes, they are. Forensic doctors are specialized physicians who analyze the scenes of a crime and determine the cause of death while conducting a post-mortem examination to find evidence. Their main role is to conduct autopsies on the deceased bodies in order to find the cause of death and identify the type of injuries that led to the death. Other roles include helping with medical procedures, identifying the location of wounds, determining the time of death, and other findings, as well as providing opinions about the scene of the crime. So you can say, जैसे आपका doctors होते हैं, veterinary doctors है. Similarly, we have the forensic doctors, which are expert in identifying, investigating the crime scenes. Now coming to this, which part of chemistry is most important in forensic science? So analytical chemistry, we can say, is the most important part of chemistry, which is important in forensic science. Different forensic toxicological studies effects of poisonous and drugs on the human body, they can be identified using analytical chemistry. It is useful to interpret the effects of and quantity of concentration of chemicals present in the biological samples to provide reliable data. Different parts of the body, hair, nail, urine, blood, brain tissue, etc. They are useful biological specimens for forensic toxicologists to draw interpretation of various cases. Then different techniques, analytical techniques are there. GCMS is an efficient instrument to quantify and identify the chemical components present in blood and urine. The concentration of analyte can be measured by method of internal standard and a calibration curve. LC mass is another common instrument which is used in drug testing laboratories by analyzing the analytes in the liquid. Now coming to, I think I'm leaving this one, I'm going ahead. Analytical chemistry and drug analysis. The medical examiners, they have observed illicit drugs have caused 750,000 deaths in a year. So this prolonged use of these drugs causes harm to public health and community security as violence in the commonly involved in the process of drug dealing. Law enforcement has implemented controls in illicit drug use to protect community from the thefts, from thefts, burglaries, and gang-related crimes. A range of evidence varying from liquid, solids to plant materials is submitted to the forensic science laboratory to analyze the drug samples collected. Yeah, methods used in forensic chemistry. So two basic methods are used in forensic chemistry. These are the chromatography and spectroscopy. Chromatography, as you all know, it is related to the chroma, means we obtain colored bands in a analysis. So some compounds are unknown but must be disassembled into individual elements for study. So it can, this chromatography can be of different type. It can be thin layer chromatography. It can be preparative chromatography to check the purity of the sample or to identify whether it's a pure sample or it's a mixture. And then spectroscopy, it's a method of detecting evidence used within the forensic chemistry. And this is primarily dependent on both on absorptions as well as the emission of light. So all of spectroscopy, either it's the absorption dependent or it's the emission dependent. So this even relates to the collision of electrons, protons as well as the ions. So this procedure is often performed to assess blood toxicity. These are the different analytical instruments which are commonly used in forensic chemistry. Gas chromatography, we all know. This instrument separates and analyzes volatile substances. It's widely used in drug analysis, detecting accelerants in arson investigations, analyzing toxic substances, and identifying components of explosive materials. In forensic science, it is used to recognize the brand of beer, determine the geographic need of geographic origin of different samples, you can say. Then liquid chromatography, this is the instrument. Liquid chromatography is used to separate and analyze the compounds that are dissolved in liquid solvent. It is employed in drug testing, identifying biological substances, and analyzing dyes and pigments. It's one of the separation techniques most frequently used in forensic toxicology. Mass spectrometry, it helps to identify and quantify the chemical components of the substances, often coupled with gas chromatography and liquid chromatography. It's a vital in drug analysis, identifying unknown compounds and analyzing the trace evidence. Then FTIR spectroscopy, as I told you in the very beginning, that as a chemist, when we teach to our students, we tell them the importance of fingerprint. And this FTIR spectroscopy gives the absorption bands of the compound characteristic in a particular region, and that fingerprint region will tell you what kind of functional group they have. And it is used in analyzing fibers, paints, polymers, and identifying unknown substances, because at least we'll come to know what kind of functional group the molecule has. And it has been proven to be a valuable tool for forensic scientists on the macroscopic level. NMR also, that is nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy, it provides information about the molecular structure of the compound. It's a valuable in drug analysis, identifying unknown substances and analyzing the biological samples. The largest use of NMR in forensic science is for the analysis of the controlled drugs. Then you need to understand that all these spectroscopic techniques, they are to they collectively identify the compound. It's not like this that one test will give you the structure of the compound, or that is good enough to identify the compound. So we need to carry out all the tests to get the data, and when all the data are interpreted collectively, then only we are able to understand, then we are able to, identify the compound. This scanning electron microscopy, SEM, it provides high resolution images and elemental analysis of the surfaces. It is used to examine tool marks, gunshot residues, and trace evidence like hair, fibers, and particles. A major application for SEM is forensic science is the detection and analysis of gunshot residue. Dr. Mishra, someone is in the waiting room. Then X-ray data. X-ray data will give you the complete structure of the molecule. It identifies crystalline structure in the substance. It is used in analyzing drugs, identifying unknown powders, and examining minerals and materials. It brought big benefits and analytical possibilities into the forensic expert work, which is not easily provided by the other method. Because by X-ray, you know each and every structure of the molecule, what type of bonding it is, what is the three-dimensional structure of the molecule is, and how it can be work to how it can be used to as an evidence in the investigatory attempts. Then DNA sequencer, whether it's a blood sample or it's this is hair or any tissue, DNA sequencer gives important information. These instruments, they are important, crucial for DNA profiling and analysis, helping in identifying the individuals from biological evidences. And this has become an advantage for forensic investigators who use DNA to draw conclusion in identification of victim and accused in the crime scene. Then UV visible spectroscopy. This technique measures the absorption of, I think this picture is not coming, UV spectrometer. I wanted to show you. I think it's not visible. No. So this technique measures the absorption of ultraviolet and visible light, and it's used in forensic analysis of the substances like drugs, fibers, and documents. It's widely used as a very significant tool for both qualitative as well as the quantitative drug analysis. Then you have this electrophoresis system. They separate and analyze DNA, proteins, and other molecules based on their size and charge. They are essential in DNA profiling and analyzing the biological samples. So in summary, we can say that this forensic chemistry is a subfield of forensic science. It's an example, this is an example of chemists helping police with their investigation. It really is that important to study as a whole. And a forensic chemist is an expert in detecting and analyzing the substances found at a crime scene using a variety of forensic chemistry techniques. If they come upon anything useful, they will report to the detective. Forensic science appears to rely primarily on spectroscopy and chromatography as its primary as a primary method. So just a second. After this summary, just a second. Sorry, excuse me. So our lab, in fact, we have 2 students who are working in the area of this forensic science, forensic chemistry, and we are in fact working in the development of new methodology for extraction and analysis of pesticides, drugs, heavy metals, and various toxins from the Vista samples. And secondly, we have worked on the development of new solvent systems and methodologies for extraction and analysis of commonly abused drugs by youth in India using LLE and HPTLC. So different techniques we have been using, and we are working in this area and using our chemistry, this chemistry expertise for carrying out those studies. And we have been successful and received the good results. As far as I understand, I have the audience who are working in the area of forensic science only. So I just want to give some tips to prepare for forensic chemistry. This is right. Of course, it's for the beginners that you take subjects like chemistry, biology, and physics. A strong foundation in 3 sciences is essential for success in forensic chemistry. Develop strong laboratory skills. Forensic chemists must be able to accurately and precisely measure and analyze and interpret data. Become familiar with the legal system. This is very important because understanding the legal system and role of forensic chemist is essential in success of in the field. Learn about different types of evidences. Forensic chemists must be familiar with the different types of evidences that can be used in criminal investigations. Develop strong problem solving skills. Become familiar with latest technology. Develop strong communication skill, get experience in the field, internship and volunteer opportunities. Now this is important for you. What can be the future prospects after getting their degree in forensic chemistry? After completing their degree, forensic chemists can pursue in a variety of careers. It includes chemical analysis, analyst, scientist in biomedicine, investigator at a crime scene, detective, forensic scientist, technician in a scientific laboratory, toxicologist, school instructor, computer forensics specialist, officer of the board service, and science professor. So these are the different possibilities which can be, there. I think one slide is missing. So thank you so much for your kind attention. Once again, any questions in any of the slide, I'll go to that slide and explain to all of you. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your very informative session on forensic science, application of chemistry in the field of forensic science. That is very important.
In fact, I have tried to, summarize how important this chemistry is for, faculty and research scholars who are pursuing forensic science, so that they understand the importance of chemistry. Initially, if they have taken, graduated in chemistry, they can certainly come in the forensic science area. That's what I wanted to convey to them.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, when Sagar University and Patiala, Punjabi University, took the student, so that time chemistry was important in BSc.
Okay.
Nowadays, BSc Biotech, any medical sciences, Ayurvedic, BMS, BDS, anyone can pursue master in forensic sciences.
Okay.
But also specialize in their own field of specialization. Now recruitment rules are also going to change. Like if anybody want a job in the field of computer science, computer forensic, so MSc forensic science is eligible if he is BSc forensic science.
Right.
But when I completed my master's, when I was only chemistry, botany, zoology, so that time I did not make my career in the field of computer forensic, but
Okay.
forensic science students who are pursuing BSc, MSc, they are open for all field.
Okay. Okay.
And now in BSc forensic also there is a core paper in the field of chemistry, in physics, in biology also core, because still somewhere like in Delhi Forensic Laboratory, they ask chemistry is one paper in bachelor, then they can call for interview in scientific assistant and other.
Okay.
So things are going to change, and
Yes.
I found that many times forensic science people not good in chemistry, basics of chemistry. That is a problem that people are unable to
See,
pursue the research, advanced research in that field.
yes. See, the student should be good in chemistry. Their basics should be good in chemistry. Secondly, they should be well versed with the instrumentation. If they are well in instrumentation, because every investigation will involve one or the other instrumentation technique. So if they can run the instruments well, they can identify the samples, they can interpret the data, then only it's going to certainly help them. So those who are, pursuing this forensic science, they should realize they should do different courses related to this instrumentation. Any one instrument you can get the expertise, or two instruments you can get the expertise. So that will add to their, CV, their profile.
Yes, ma'am. That is very important. Always I told to my master's student, minimum one or two instruments required for that. Hands-on as a expertise in that two instruments. Same thing in computer for cyber forensic. That 2 to 4 tools in the cyber forensic is required if you want to make your career in that field. Same thing in biology also.
Yes.
So, biological sciences also basics of chemistry required in blood test, and already you explained very well. So session is open for question answer discussion. Anybody have any question? One major problem, ma'am, in Delhi University there are many certificate programs are running, and also there is not any forensic science core faculty. Chemistry people who only teach.
Yes, yes, that's the basic difficulty. And really, few colleges are there. They want faculty in the forensic science, but they will take chemistry faculty who will teach the forensic science. And they are not expert in that particular area. So that gap is there, and we need to convince our authorities that we need specialists, means forensic doctors, to teach our students. So that's
Yes,
basically required. That's basically required. No, because it's a different area. No, though we have been working in our lab, it's especially we are working in the area of organic products and natural product synthesis. But along with this, so we thought of doing the toxicological studies of our samples which have been synthesized, so that we can relate it to the forensic science. So that was the idea for our synthesized compounds. Even if they show some biological activity, what can be the toxicology of those samples? So that can be studied. So that is also a very good area. So that's what we have been doing. So
yes.
if there are no questions, thank you very much, and wish you all
Okay.
the very best. Yeah.
Thank you once again, ma'am. So now we are moving for our last concluding a note of thanks session. You can say I'm going to conclude of the 6th day. So I want to thanks to all our eminent resource person, Professor Sunita Bhagat ma'am, Dr. Satnam Singh ji, Dr. Ena Barbaro, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra ji, Dr. Rakesh Yadav ji, for their well explained, knowledgeable, informative session. And I also want to thanks organizing team, research scholar of Amity Institute of Forensic Sciences, Shrutika Singla Arjun, and IT team, Maksud ji, Mobin ji. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, IT team, you can close the meeting after 5 minutes. And participants, we will meet on Tuesday. That will be last day of the faculty development program at 2 p.m. And that day also there is um, 1 hour, 30 minutes to 1 hour exam online assessment that is based on online only. So please be ready for that. Prepare related to your all plenary session. 60% marks is required there. And for the certificate, as per the rule, I need 90% attendance, but that will be considered if there is any genuine problem with any participants. But that is very important. I always follow these rules and regulation. And this program is organized by Amity Academic Staff College. No any sponsorship from UGC and another thing. We are the autonomous body, and we follow all rules and regulation of UGC, like fulfilling the 36 hours of total total duration. So please be sincere to get this certificate of the faculty development program. And that is the series. This is the third edition of the FDP, which are going to organize every year in Amity Institute of Forensic Science with the help of Amity Academic Staff College. So thank you so much. Now see you all on 26th December. So tomorrow is Sunday and holiday and Christmas. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Ved.
ma'am.
Thank you. Okay.